Welcome back to another project video. This is the neural feed and we are going to be building our own ChatGPT clone. This is a pretty impressive project you can add to your resume to impress your potential employer, and there's a lot to learn you can also add to your skill book. Right, so let's not waste too much time and get to understand the features that we are going to be exploring in this project. First of all, we'll click on get started. Then you can choose one of these things to log in with or create an account with. So you can see if I click on this, it will take me to the sign up page, and if I click on this, it will take me to the sign in page. I already have an account, so I'll just click on the Google button to sign in. So this is our page, and what we are going to do is I can test it by saying I can say what is hydrogen, and immediately it should take us to a new page and then start answering the question, right? And then I can tell it to write me a new story, so I can say write me a funny story. Right, then right after that we can also analyze images. So I can come here and select some random image, so I can select this. So the image is loading. Okay, so this is the image, and we can tell it to analyze and describe the image. So describe this image. Okay, so you can see this is the description of the image. So this is basically, yes, and one more thing, we can actually click and select from any recent chat history. So you see, this is basically the projects that we are going to be building today, and I just hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much. Let's just get started. Hello everybody, thank you very much for joining Neural Feed again. I want us to move on to an AI chatbot. We are basically going to be creating a ChatGPT clone, right? Okay, so right now in this application that we are going to build, we are going to be using the latest version of React 19, which is not really out yet. So being able to initialize a React 19 project is going to be a little bit of a hassle. So in order for us to be able to prevent all that, I have been able to go through all the pain and headache to come up with a project template, of which you should be able to get inside the description, the video description down below. Then once you go into the GitHub repository, you should be able to either fork, you should be able to fork it, right? Because when you fork it, it's basically opens a new repo form for you to just recreate the same repo, and then you just clone it from your side, right? Or if you like, you can create a repo on your side and you can download the zip and just do your drag and drop, right? Okay, so I want us to quickly open a new project inside our VS Code, and I'm going to walk you through my process of cloning my projects into my VS Code, right? Then after, we can move on into much more complex topics or interesting topics like working with the React router DOM. Okay, alright, so now that we know this, let us quickly open up VS Code, like from the first start, and let's clone our project, right? So I'm going to quickly click on VS Code down here. It's going to open up, and then after VS Code opens up like this, what you want to do is, there are two ways, right? You can come and clone. You can click on clone repository, or you can click on this one. I think some people might not see this one, so let's quickly go with this. All right, so here it says we should provide the repository URL. Now you just come to where you forked your repository URL to, or where you did your download zip and did your drag and drop at, and then once you copy the URL, you should be able to paste it there and double click on the desktop and go to the place where you want to store the okay so yeah, this is where I want to store the project folder, right? So I'll just click on select repository as destination, and then that should, you just click on open. Okay, now that we have the project opened up here, right, what we want to do is we want to be able to basically, okay, I mean, for your side, right, right now it just cloned the main repository for me, right? But on your side, I'm sure if you fork it, you'll be able to get the start here street. But if you don't get the start here street and you get the whole repository with the 2 branches, then what you want to do is you want to quickly go here, right? And then you want to come here and then pull, you want to pull from, right? So you want to pull from, okay, so it looks like for this particular one, this is only the origin that is here. I want to see if I can check out to, okay, so yeah, I can check out to the start here. Okay, so I can check out to start here. So in case you do and then you have the 2 branches here, you don't worry, you just check out to start here, and then when you want to push to main, you just come here, click on contribute, open a pull request, right? And after the pull request, I think you just follow the form that you'll be provided. I think they'll just ask you for like title. You might decide to provide this information or not provide that information, and then you can just click on create pull request. Then after creating your pull request, you can just merge it, because I mean you are the same person, right? Like you are the same owner of the repo, right? So you can just merge it, and then it should be inside your main repo here, right? Now if you do this and you go back to your project, okay, or it's already here, right? But if in case it wasn't, like right now I'm in the start here, right? I'm in the start here branch, but I can just go back to main, right? I can just go back to the main. Let me go back to, I don't know which one to click. Let me just click this one. Sorry, I made a mistake. Let me just click the main. Alright, so if I'm in main, you realize that it's not here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull, right? I'm just going to pull, and then after pulling, it should show up. Okay, it still didn't show, so I guess I'm going to change to this cloud one, and I'll pull. Pull. Okay. They're supposed to pull. Let me use this one. Okay. Okay, so it did pull. It did pull. I was expecting to see new changes inside the get. The changes, there will be this changes thing that will show here, right? I was expecting to see that, but yeah, it did pull already. So I guess we can just continue with our project, right? So as you can see, if you open up the SRC, it's nothing really serious. It's just a basic app. There's nothing inside our index.css, and our main.jsx is still as basic as we need it, right? So now that we know the things that we have, I would want us to move on to the React Router DOM. We just run you through a quick tutorial on how to use it, and then we just go into the real thing, right? Thank you very much for going to this part of the video. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so we are continuing with the projects that we started yesterday, and in this part, obviously, we want to quickly work on a few global styles, and then after we take a quick overview of how we want our application to work, the user flow and everything, where we want the dashboard to be, and the other parts, the other screens, the other components, right? And then we now recreate them, right? We turn them into code. Alright, so now that we know that, the first thing is we first of all want to run our npm so we can install all the missing packages that we have in here, right? So let me quickly bring up the terminal. Okay, the terminal seems way too long. Alright, so it's here, and then I'm quickly going to say npm I, and then that should basically, okay, before I do that, right, since we are going to be having a backend and a front end, let me quickly create the backend folder or server folder, however you want to call it, and then we can create the client or the front end, right? Okay, so front end or client, however. Then what we want to do is we want to take from here to here, and then we drag and drop it into the front end. Okay, nicely done. Then what we'll do is just cd into front end. Let me clear the terminal and run my npm I, and then I'll run npm run dev. So I'm basically saying that after you're done installing the dependencies, run the project basically. Yeah, so install the dependencies and run the project. So just going to hit that, and then I'll just pause the video when it's done installing, and we'll just continue. Right? Okay, so alright, so we can see that the dependencies have been installed. You can see the node modules, and then you can see that it's run the project too as well, right? So right now we want to be able to you want to be able to run the project inside our browser, right? Okay, so in order for us to be able to do that, we can just hold Control and click, and then it should open up the project. Now as you can see, the project has opened here nicely. You can see our hello world sitting down smiling at the corner, at the top left corner. All right, so now we are going to be applying the global styles. All right, so for the global styles, okay, let's just quickly split our screen a bit. Let's quickly split our screen so we can be seeing the changes. Okay, cool. So now let's apply the global styles. First of all, I want to touch everything and say m0 or margin 0, say p0, and then we'd say that the box sizing should be border box, right? All right, cool, good. Now that we know this, we want to go to the body, and the body is going to get its own styling. So we say the BC or the background color should be, want to give it like this bluish black, something like that. So I'll say 0e, right, and I'll bring another 0, and then I'll bring okay, then I'll bring what, 1.6. Right, this is cool. Right, now that we know this, we can now apply the color of our choice, and then the color of our choice is going to be EC. Alright, okay, this is nice. Now that we have the color or the text color specified, we want to add the font family. Now the font family, we are basically going to be selecting the system UI. Alright, we save that. Prettier does this work. Oh, okay. Right, now that we have been able to work on this, what we quickly want to do is we want to add a style for the links. So for that, we just select all the links, right, and then we add a text decoration, and then we say that we don't want any text decorations here, and we want to say that the color of these links, they are going to inherit it from the parent element. So we are going to write what, inherit. So it's going to be this white that we have here is just going to receive the same thing, right? Alright, now that we've been able to work with this, and we can see that our project is working as we expected to on the left hand side, I guess we can now move on to the routing, right? Okay. Alright, so in order for us to start working on the routes, or start learning how to perform or do our routing in our React application, we need a routing library, right? And then for this routing library, we are going to use what almost everyone else uses, which is what's the React router DOM. right? So in order for us to install the React router DOM, we are going to run npm I react router react router DOM. Okay, but we might have a little bit of an issue because it's React 19, and I already said at the beginning that it's not really out yet. So definitely you're going to be seeing some instability at some point. So what we want to do is we want to add the force flag, and then we can hit enter. Now React router DOM is quickly going to install, right? So whilst it's okay, yeah, I installed it at the wrong side. This is oh no, where I installed it at is very wrong. Let me quickly remove it. So I'll do rmrf, then I'll do node modules, then package lock.json and package.json. So they are all gone. Now that they are gone, I can clear that and I'll cd into the front end, and then I would say my npm I f react router DOM. Alright, so I'll hit enter. Okay, so looks like it has installed. Alright, so now that it has installed, what we want to do is we quickly want to create the pages that we need, right? So first of all, we are going to be having a whole home page, right? And then we are going to have a button that when we click, it opens up the dashboard. We see the chat history here, we see the chat here, and we can just basically interact with that chatbot. We all know how ChatGPT looks like, obviously. So let's just continue. All right, so let's start creating the pages. We are going to need a couple of pages or a few pages. What I'll do is I'll quickly create a pages folder here, and then inside this pages folder I'll just come and say ChatPage or chat, just say chat, and then inside this chat I'll create chat.gsx, and then inside this chat again I will create what chat.css. Alright, then I will come here and come and create. So let me quickly just copy this and paste, so we have this one too as well. I'll just press F2 if I'm on Windows. I've forgotten Mac's shortcuts, but yeah, I think Mac's shortcut is enter. You hit enter and then you can edit the name here. So then we have the dashboard. Right, I have to make this okay. Then I'll just come here, my F2, I paste. Then just come here too as well, F2, I'll paste. Right, then after that is done, my mouse. Okay, so after that is done, I would come here and then rename my mouse. Alright, I'll rename this to, we need the home, so we need the home. I'll just copy the name, and then inside here, oh come on, let me take the mouse. Alright, then my mouse, god damn, that's lost control. Right, so I'll just rename this. Oh no. Alright, so I'll paste that, and then alright, then I would come and say my sign in, my sign in, and then sign in. Oh, come on. And then over here I would paste, and over here I would paste. Okay, nice. Now that we have this, we need to add one more thing, which is what sign up. So I'll just copy this. So sign up. I'll select all, then I'll copy, I'll hit enter, and then I would come here and rename. Okay, then I'll do the same thing for here. Okay, right, so now that we've been able to basically create the pages that we are looking for, what we want to do is we want to quickly set up, we want to quickly just set up the components individually, right? And then make sure that we can just start writing code. So what we can do is our AFCE, right? We have this exported out, then we import our chat.css, right? .css. Okay, so it's going to be right here. Okay, oh come on. Right, so you can basically just copy this, come here, and then paste this. Then I'll just come and select this chat. I'll select this chat here. Oh come on, my mouse. Damn. Yeah, so I'll select this. I'll press Control F2, and then I'll just change it to what? Dashboard. Alright. Oh no. Okay, I can copy this, can transfer it to my home. Okay. Oh come on. What is this? What is this? God damn. Okay. And then I would come and my Control F2 and then home, right? And then I would come here, the same thing, then with Control F2, sign in, right? And then here oh come on, yeah, oh come on. Alright, then alright, that's cool. So now that the pages have been set up like how they have to be set up, we can now come into our main.jsx, and then we can start by first of all importing a few modules or a few packages from the React router. Right, let's import them. Right, so what we are quickly going to import is create browser router, right, and then we have our router provider. We have our router provider here. Alright, so now that we've been able to get both of these important things, what we want to quickly do is we want to come here, right under here, and then we say const router is going to be equal to create browser router. Oh, come on, create browser router, and then inside this create browser router, we are going to have a bunch of objects inside, right? So what's the first object going to contain? It's going to contain the path. Okay, then this path is going to be the home page or the home path, right? And then we are going to say that the elements that we are going to be assigning to this path is what? Home. Okay, so we should be able to import it straight, and then we come here, we come right below it. Okay, when we come right below it, we should be able to specify the path for this one too as well. And then we see that is what? Dashboard. So for the dashboard, come on, yeah, I forgot to put this inside. Alright, so inside here I would quickly pass in children, because the reason why I'm passing in children is because at the end of the day, this dashboard is going to have like specific chats of like different messages and stuff you would have to check out, right? So we're just passing the children. It's like we are basically trying to create dynamic links, obviously, right? Then inside this children, we are going to have two objects, right? So the first object we're going to have a path, right? And then this path is going to be the path of dashboard itself, right? Alright, then we are going to make sure that the element of this dashboard is dashboard, right? So dashboard. Okay, alright, so this is the first object, and then the second object, which is supposed to be the dynamic link, is going to be path. Then path is going to be having what? Dashboard / chats. Alright, dashboard / chats. Then make sure that we pass in the dynamic link of ID, right? The dynamic ID link. Then we come here and then come and pass in the element, and then the element for this is obviously going to be chats. Okay, exactly. So once we've been able to work this out, this wouldn't work until we pass the our router prop, right? So what we are going to do is over here, I'll come and I'll say router provider. Oh no, I'll just reset the strict mode again and just clean the first one. Okay, yeah, one more thing. Yes, okay. Now this router provider is quickly going to take the router prop. Okay, then now that we've been able to set it up like this, I would quickly remove the app elements that is there, and then we should be able to test out our routes. So if I go to the home, you can see that this is home. If I go to dashboard, if I go to the dashboard, okay, I need to spell it well. dashboard. Okay, you can see that this is the dashboard, and then if I try to go to a dynamic chat, right, a dynamic chat link, I'll say, oh come on my mouse, I would say chats, then I'll just pass in, and you should see that we get the chat component, right? Okay, so that's it for learning how to use React Router DOM in your application, and then in the next one we'll understand how to use outlets inside our React Router DOM, right, inside our React application. I see you in the next video. So yesterday we got to understand how to work with the React Router DOM, and we basically had to set up the path, the elements, and all these other things to help us navigate through application, right? But when you look at the normal ChatGPT website, you realize that even if you open it like afresh, right, you get to see the home page first, and then right after seeing the home page, when you click on get started or the call to action button there, you realize that you see something like a dashboard on the side, and then you can see the different chats also on the side around here, and then whenever you switch a chat, it just switches up over here, right? So we basically want to be able to start working on that. All right, okay, so in order for us to start working on that, we need to understand a concept called outlets. Okay, so basically outlets is what is going to help us switch the different pages that we are seeing based off of what we select, right? So in order for us to be able to get started with it, I want us to quickly clean up this create object router array, all right? And then we want to now create an object, okay? And then this object is basically going to contain the root layout, okay? So how do we set up our root layouts? Let me quickly come to this place. So I'm going to come here, and then I'm going to say that I want to create folder here and name it layouts. Okay, so I want to name this layouts, and then this layout is basically going to have the root layout, right? The root layout, copying that, I'm saving, and then inside the root layouts we have our root layout.jsx, all right, and then we have another file which is what root layout.css. okay, so now that we know this, right, so I quickly want us to do, okay, this is weird, okay, what I quickly want us to do is I want us to generate the boilerplate for it, for our React project, or basically that particular component, and then I would import the CSS file, so which is what the root layout.css. okay, so it has been imported nicely. Okay, then now that we have that, we can go back to our main.jsx here. Okay, and then we would quickly set up this one and say element, right? So we'll give it the element, and then this element is going to be the root layout. Okay, and then this root layout is going to have a bunch of children, and then these children are basically going to be whatever is inside the outlets, right, or whatever that is in whatever routes that we are supposed to have in the application, right? So we are going to set up the path, and then we say that the path for the home page itself is going to be the element home, right? Okay, now that we know this, we can come down here, then create another element, right? We can create another element, and then for this element that we are going to be creating here, this is going to be the dashboard layout. Now you see that, okay, let me not do anything yet. Let me comment this out first. Now you realize that whenever we are about to use our ChatGPT, we have like a list of chat history right around here, right? And then when we click on the chat, it opens up a new chat or a previous chat based off of the chats that we click on the side here. So in order for us to be able to change the chat that is on the right side, we need to create another outlet, right? So for that, we are going to need an element which is the dashboard layout, right? Or the component layout, which is called the dashboard layout. But before we do any of that, as you can see, our root layout actually has nothing there, right? So we want to quickly work on our root layout. Okay, so let me go to the root layout immediately, and we can quickly create a main div, and then this main div, we're going to have a header, and then we are going to link. Okay, so this link is coming from React Router DOM. This link is coming from React Router DOM, and then inside this link we are going to pass in an image. Okay, so I'm going to say that this image, and then we are going to take this image from the image, the logo that we have in a public folder, right? So I'm going to say import what, so I'll say logo, I'll just say logo, and then I'll take that from, okay, so we take that from the public images, and we take it from I think if we look at the image, we need to find the image name, which is logo neural feed. Okay, I'll copy that, I'll delete this, and then I'll put it here. Okay, so now that we have the logo, I'll just have to bring this and then write the logo in here like this. Nicely done. Okay, alright, so now that we have the logo down here, right, I mean, we are definitely going to style it later, right, but let's just pass in a span and say neural feed AI, right? And then right after having that, we are basically going to determine the main part of our application, right? So basically what this is basically doing is we are going to be having one navbar which is on top of the application, regardless of the routes that we are, regardless of the page we are viewing. It's always going to be on top over here. So we have the neural feed logo here, and then our logged in user here. Alright, so after having that, whatever is under it is what we are about to implement here. So whatever page we want to display under the navbar that we are going to be creating around here is what we are about to determine here with the outlet component, right? So I'll just say main, and then inside the main you would have to add the outlet component. So this outlet component that we've added here inside the root layout is basically this particular part, its children, right? So basically we've added the first child of that outlet for the root layout, okay, which is home, right? That's why you're seeing home here, right? Then we will add a dashboard layout. Now the dashboard layout is what is supposed to help us that's what is supposed to help us basically change the charts, right, or switch between charts. Okay, so I'll just quickly copy and paste this one more time so that I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Okay, so I just delete the second duplicate, and then we'll come here. Okay, we'll come here, and then okay, so root layout, and then I would say dashboard layout, right? So root layout, dashboard layout, and then I'll come here and say dashboard layout. Okay, then I would come here as well. And then I'll come and say dashboard layout. Okay, so now that we have both of these bad boys, what we can try to do right now is I mean we can maintain this one here, right? We can maintain this, and we can just clean this up, right? Can maintain that and clean this up. Then once you are done cleaning it, we could just add a simple menu text, right? Simple menu text is okay. Okay, so now that we have that, we could also change this to a div. Usually these types of other elements that we add are, I think, HTML5. They basically help with SEO and that search engine and all those things, you see. So switch back to div, and then now that we have so I quickly want to change this. So I just selected only the root text, and then I'll press Ctrl F2, and then that should help me write dashboard, okay, for all the changes. All right, so this is awesome. I can just delete this for now. Okay, so, and then also remove the link package that I imported. Okay, so now that we have both of these bad boys here, we want to quickly set up the second stuff. So here I would say what dashboard layout, right? And then now the dashboard layout is also going to have basically going to have its children, right? Because it has an outlet. So inside the outlet, or where it's showing the other elements, we want to give it a path, right? And then this path is going to be dashboard, just like what we initially worked with, but just a slight twist. Dashboard, and then the element is going to be dashboard, right? So now that we've been able to work with that, we want to come down here and then change the path again, and then that one would say what dashboard slash charts slash then the dynamic ID of these charts, and then we have the elements, and then this element is going to be charts like we initially planned, right? So you realize that now that we have this header that is always going to be on the top of the screen regardless of the page that we are, when anytime we try to change our elements, or anytime we try to change the page or the route that we are, you realize that only this section is what is going to change. So if you want to test that, you can say dashboard. Oh no, yeah, I thought it was an autocomplete, so I'll say dashboard. Okay, so dashboard charts. This is dashboard chart. If I enter and come 1 second, okay, dashboard charts. So this dashboard. Okay, so as you can see, this is the dashboard, and this is the neural feed AI that we are going to style for it to look nice beside this logo. Okay, so you can see that this is the dashboard. We have the menu on top of the dashboard. If I change the charts ID here in the routes, say charts, and then I change the ID, you realize that it shows the charts right under here nicely. Okay, so now that we have been able to determine this and work with it nicely, I want us to quickly move on into the next thing, which is designing the layouts. All right, okay, so definitely we'll meet in the next video, and then we'll look at how to do that. All right, yes, so alright, so I want us to quickly style the roots. Alright, I'm sorry about my voice, I just have a little bit of a problem, but we'll get through this. Okay, so basically I want us to go to the root layout, right? And inside the root layout, we just want to add one more thing. We want to make sure that at least the link, right, the link to the logo. Okay, so yeah, the logo is going to have a prop, right? And then inside we are going to set the path to be the home page, right? Sorry about that. And then we are going to say that we want to give it a class name of logo. All right, then now that we have that, we want to come right below and then give a div. So we would say we would just give this div here, and then this div is going to have user. All right, let's just give it user for now, and it's going to have basically a class name, right? It's going to have a class name of user div. All right, or I mean, let's just leave it at user. All right, so now that we have this, or now that we understand what we are working with, we want to quickly go into the root layout or CSS. Let's just copy this main here, right? So I'll just paste that, and then inside we write a couple of styles. So we say for the padding left and right, we want it to be 16, right? 16 ps, and then for the top and down, we want it to be 64. Okay, so 64 pixels, right? Then now that we've been able to work on this, we want to make sure that we give a height of 100 VH. Okay, so we give a height of 100 VH. We make sure that we have display flex, right? Then we have flex direction. Then we give that a column. Okay, then once we are done with that, we'll come down to the header section that is right below. You see the header elements that is right below. Then we set a display flex as well, and then we'll give it align items. So we'll give it align items here. Sorry about that. It's CSS, so we have to come here and then pass the header. Then inside the header we're going to pass in the display flex, and then we say align items center, right? And then we would justify content space between, right? Then once we are done justifying our content for the header, we want to take the logo class that we assign to the image, and then we want to assign it a display flex as well. And then we want to give it an align items center, right? And then we want to give it a font weight. We want to quickly give it a font weight of bold. Alright, then we give it a gap of 8 pixels. Okay, so a gap of 8 pixels. Alright, then we will come to the image element itself, and then we would pass a width of 32 pixels and a height of 32, and let's see what we get. Okay, a width and a height of 32, and it kind of looks small, so let's make that 64. Let's make that 64 pixels. Yeah, obviously I would have to, oh come on, yeah. So I'll just select this 64, right? And then now that we have both image 32 and 64, we want to make sure that for the main element that we have inside, so if you look inside the root layout.jsx, you can see that we have a main element here, right? So let's say we want to look at how that main element looks, or the spaces that it occupies. We can pass in the background color, right? We can pass in a background color of let me guess, red, and then you'd see the space that it covers nicely. It covers a nice space. All right, now I think this place we had to switch it real quick, and this one rather becomes 60, or just a little confused there, but yeah, I think something similar to this, but it still seems quite odd in my eyes either way. So let's just reverse it to the other one before. Let's just reverse it. All right, keep it this way, and then and then what we are going to be doing is we are going to, now that we know the space that is covering, right, we want to now add a flex one, and then we add the overflow hidden. Okay, then we just take out the background. All right, so this is it for designing the designing the root layout, basically the whole layout thing, right? We've been able to design and put things in their right places. Obviously I'm not feeling too well today, so I'll see you in the next video where we would work on authentication, and then we'll be able to authenticate our users and see all signed in users at this part of the screen. Thank you. Alright, so we quickly want to be able to work on the authentication, right? And like I said before, we're going to be working on this with Clerk, and basically what we are going to be doing here is so when you go to Clerk, you want to make sure that you either create an account or you log in or sign in, basically. Then when you come, you create an application, and then over here you can write your application name, and then we all know that our application name is Neurofeed AI, right? Like what we we named in our project, I think the root layout, right? So neural feed AI. Okay, so basically we can now enable the social logins and basically any login type that we want to use in our application, right? Okay, so this is just supposed to make everything very simple for us, especially looking at the authentication and the user management side, right? Without us writing all these complicated functions and configurations that have to come with the custom implementation, right? So now that we know this, I think, okay, so Google, I think we might want to add GitHub if we want to, right? Yeah, and so now that we have both of these, what we can do is, I mean, you can add more if you want. I think, because I think ChatGPT has Microsoft one too there, but I mean, come on, why overcomplicate stuff, right? So now that we have all of these, we just create the application, right? And yeah, once the application has been created, we select what we are working with, and then we just deal with it as we move on, right? So I'll just select React, and then for React it says we should install Clerk and Clerk React. So I'll just copy this. We'll come into the terminal. I'll just split the terminal real quick. I'll cd into the front end, and then I'll just paste that. Okay, oh, I forgot, we are working with React 19, so we need to be able to add the force flag, right? You can either do, right, or you can just come here and add this, right? Either way it still works. So yeah, okay, so yeah, so basically Clerk is supposed to help you do all these user management stuff without actually having to, work with these complicated functions and doing all these one or two checks that usually you are recommended to make, right? They just do all these things for you. So especially the session management and all these other things, they do everything for you. So all you have to do is just know how to use the package in your project, and we are basically going to be learning how to do that today. So yeah, let's just continue. It's done installing. Now that it's done installing, we need to be able to store it inside our env. So I'll just come to the root project of the front end, and then I'll add an env file. So I'll say .env, and then I will just paste this. I'll just paste this real quick, right? Very sorry about that. Now right after pasting it, we want to quickly copy this, right? Under normal circumstances we are told to use it here, right? But looking at our project structure, we can't use it here today. We are going to be using it inside our root layout, right? Cool. Right, now that we know this, let's come down here, and then we are told to add a clerk provider to our app. And then for that, we're also supposed to do that inside the main.jsx, but unfortunately we can't do that today, so gotta do it like this. So I'll just cut this and then put it here. Alright, then I think I'll have to import, or I think it's already imported once the package has been installed. Okay, but okay, I think I have to really import it here. So okay, yeah, right. So it's here. Alright, so now that we've been able to import it the way we are supposed to, looking at all these things, right, this particular part, we are going to have to fix this part in our project, right? Now in order for us to be able to fix it, we just copy this one. You see, we are going to be writing protected route, so we wouldn't have to show the sign in button again before we can log back in, right? So I'm just going to copy this, right, and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, alright, so now that we've been able to work on placing this thing, the sign in, state to check whether we are signed in and showing the user button, right? What we want to do is, okay, it said we should run. We're already running, right? So we want to continue. We want to go to the next step, so we can just continue. Okay, so it's here talking about all of these, and then you see these links that it's asking for, right? These links, we are quickly going to set them up as soon as possible. So first of all, what we want to set up first is going to be a signup.jsx, right? Now inside our signup.jsx here, we can quickly just add this sign up, and then we'll import it from Clerk, right? We'll import it from Clerk. So I think it's supposed to import automatically. I don't know. Okay, I think I know the problem. So in order for us to be able to use it, we let's add page to it, right? So that it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be anything like a duplicate, a duplicated name type thing, right? So let's add page to it so that we can use it somewhere else, right? I'm going to do the same thing for the sign in as well. I'll just change this to page, right? And then I'll change this to page as well. Okay, so now that we've been able to set the sign up, well, I think I'd have to import it again because I don't know why it's still not importing, but yeah, we'd have to import it. So sign up. All right, so it's here. So now that it's here, we want to set the path. That it should show, right? The path that the sign up modal should show. We want to set it to sign up like we have in the documentation. Okay, all right, you can see. Okay, then I think we have a little bit of a problem here. Let's quickly wrap this. Okay, looks like we're having a little bit of a problem. I'll just clean this up, right? And then we'll open this. Okay, what exactly is the problem? Said it has no corresponding closing tag. Okay, okay, oh yeah, I see the problem. Yeah. Well, it took me a while to figure that out though. All right, but yeah, I mean, we now know what was happening here, right? So now that we have this, I'll just have to copy this and then I put it in here too as well. Okay, so I'll just paste this in here, just cut this off and then do this sign in, and then we import that from Clerk React, and then right after working on that, we would change the we would have to change this part, the sign in part, and then make it sign in as well, right? Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, right, what we want to do is we want to quickly work on the pages that should show whenever we want to sign in, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we want to be able to create these links, and then these links should lead up to our pages, right? Let's quickly go back to this place. It says sign in is not defined. Okay, sign in is not defined. That makes sense. We need to go to our root layout and then import. Okay, and then I just have to refresh that. It says user button is not defined. That's true. Okay, so now that user button is here, we should see. Okay, oh, okay, I don't know why we're not seeing it there though. Okay, yeah, I know why. That's because we are not signed in, right? But if we had added the second option, which is the sign out, show this, right? Let me see if I can show it to you. You remember that we did have this part here. I think it should be in the previous page, right? So it should be here. If we did have this part here, you would see our sign in button, right? Oh, you should see our sign in button. Okay, yeah, I need to import that as well. Right, you see, yeah, but since we are not going to be using that, but we are rather going to be showing the authentication model before you can get to the dashboard, let's leave it like this, right? So let's set up the routes for our sign in and sign up pages. We'll go to the main here, and then we just copy this, right, and then paste it here, and paste it here one more time. Then what we'll do is we'll just change this to what, sign up, and then we change this to what, sign in, right? So we change it to sign up and sign in, and then over here we are quickly going to say sign up page, right? Oh, sign up page, and then we are going to say sign in page. But now that we've been able to set both of these bad boys up, I guess the next thing for us to be able to do is work on our protected routes, because at the end of the day we want to make sure that if you are not authenticated you can't get to the dashboard, right? Yeah, so yeah, let's work on that in the next video. All right, see you then. Alright, so I quickly want us to be able to learn how we can write protected routes for our sign in and sign out pages. Alright, so in order for us to be able to protect our routes, like how I was explaining in the previous part, right, so while we were setting up our authentication with Clerk, right, well, in order for us to be able to do that, you have to come to the dashboard layout here, and then inside the dashboard layout, what we want to do is we want to quickly use effects and then check for a couple of things inside the Clerk package, right? So what we'll do is we just come here and then we'll say const, then we'll open up this object and then we'll equate it to use auth, and you can see that it's coming from Clerk. And then what are we going to be getting? What we are going to be getting is the user ID, right? And then we are going to be getting is loaded, right? Exactly. Alright, now that we have both of these bad boys, what we are going to do is you're going to import use navigate, and then store it inside this variable that we are creating here, use navigate. Okay, then now that we have use navigate here, what we want to do is we want to create our use effect. So we can just use this use effect snippet. I'll just take this out as well, take this out, and then I'll just import this. Alright. Okay, so we have use effects here, nice and clean, and then all I have to do is F, then I would say okay, so I'll check for is loaded. Now if it's loaded and there is no user ID, if it's loaded and there is no user ID, what we want to do is we want to navigate, right? When the page loads and there's no user ID, we want to navigate to what, sign in page. Okay, because if you check, you realize that our sign in page is this. So yeah. Okay, so now that we have set this up, what we want to do is we want to perform this re-render based off of certain conditions, right? We want to check for it's loaded. Okay, we want to check for the user ID too as well, and then we want to make sure that we are checking for navigate. Okay, right. It's nice to know that we've been able to set this up. Now, in case it is still loading, right, we might want to come up with something. Okay, so in case it's loading, okay, or let's say it's not loaded, right? Okay, let's not complicate things by bringing that whole return and the whole bracket thing. Let's just return a simple text, right, in the meantime. So oh yeah, so we know that it's loading in the meantime, right? Okay, now that we have this working, we want to go to the home page and then add like a simple button that can allow us to go to the dashboard, and then once we go to the dashboard and we realize that we are not authenticated, it should take us to our sign-in page as we set up over here, right? Okay, so in order for us to be able to go to our home page, we would have to either search for the home page, which is here, or control P, and then you search for home. Control P, you search for home, and then you should be able to enter that place, right? So basically, now that we are here, let me quickly use the bracket here, and then we create like a temporary link from React router DOM. Okay, temporary link from React router DOM, and then we'll put in dashboard, or go to dashboard. So let's say go to dashboard, so that when in case you are at this particular section and you leave your code and you come back, you still understand where you go to. Okay, so this is just a temporary link that we are going to be using for the meantime. So I'll say go to dashboard, and then I'll set the to path to be what? I'll set the to path to be dashboard. All right, cool. Okay, so now that we have this set up like we expect it to be, right, what do we want to do next? What we want to do is we want to click this and then test. So you realize that when we click and we come here, you can see that we have our sign in model here, right? Now now that we have our sign in model here, we would want to make sure that we center it at the middle of the page, right, so that it looks good. So we are going to quickly center by going to the sign in. Right now, I want us to, before I do that, I want us to check a few things. Right now, I realize that the CSS files just tend to clash each other whenever they have the same class names, like regardless whether you're using the same class name inside different CSS files. Now, what do I mean by that? If I give this class name main, right, you see it moves, right? And that's because when you come here, this one also has main, and then this main is used inside here, right? And it's also having like its own sets of properties. Before, it should have been a situation whereby when you use it inside your index.css or your app.csx, you should see that. But I don't know why this is happening. But I mean, one of the best things for us to do is to just change the names according to the file. So I'm changing this to root, and then I am reflecting it here, right? And then right after doing that, I'll come to my sign in here, and then I'll quickly make this sign in. I think this is better, so I'll just copy this. I'll come here, and then I'll paste this like this, and then after I would say display flex, justify content center, then align items center. Then I would say I want to give it a height of 100. I want to give it a height of 100%. Okay, now as you can see, it is in the middle of the page now. Now we want to make sure that whenever we click on this, it takes us to our sign up page, right? Sorry about that, but let's reload. Okay, so we want to make sure that when we click on this, it takes us to our sign up page, right? So how do we set that up? What we do is we go to the sign in here, and then we add sign up URL. Yes, sign up URL, and then we say that should be what? Sign up. Okay, then once we hit it, it should take us to this sign up here, and you can see that it's also here as we predicted. Okay, so let's quickly do the same thing for the sign up. So for the sign up too, we come here, and then we see that the sign in URL should be what? Sign in, right? Exactly. And then we make sure that we center it. So we come and give it a class name of sign up, and then we'll copy this, bring it here, and then we give it a display flex, justify content center, align item center, and then we give this a height of 100%. Okay, this is awesome. It's working like how we want it to. Okay, so let's quickly create an account. Okay, now as you can see, I just created an account, and you can see it here. So with this account that we've been able to create, you can see that I can manage my account. Now how do I manage it? I can basically add new email addresses, I can connect to other social accounts and other things, right? Now this is awesome. Let's quickly work on our homepage design. Right, so in this part we are basically going to be working on the homepage design, and this is the homepage design, and I'm guessing it should be quite straightforward and easy. So let's not waste too much time and just get to it. Alright, so I quickly want us to be able to work on the homepage design as promised. Now first of all, we need to be able to be in the home file, right? Okay, so now that we are in the home file, what are we going to do now? I'm quickly going to say class name, and then I'll give this a class name of home, right? Then I'll quickly clean, or even if I don't want to clean it, what I can do is I can just come here and give it a get started, right? We can give it a get started, and then we can just bring it down and then go right on top of it, right? We are going to be having h1, we are going to be having h3, and and h2 as well. So h1, h2, and an h3 with a link at the bottom. Okay, so basically now that we have these ones, we want to make sure that inside the h1 we are putting in the name of our app in uppercase, so AI, and then inside the h2 we want to make sure that we get answers, find, I think this one I just copied it from OpenAI, so I'll just just copy this, right, and then we just put it in here, and then we'll copy this one too as well, right? Just speed up the process, and then we put it here. If you like to, you can just change this to start now, doesn't really matter like that. yeah, so let's just get back to it, right? Okay, so now that we are over here, what we want to do is inside h1 we want to give it a class name of logo text. So logo text, and then we want to come here and also give this one a class name of home text. Oh, home text. Okay, then we can come down here and give this one to a class name of sub home text. Alright, then now that we have these ones, we want to come to the link, right? The button here, the link that is supposed to be here. We're going to come down here and then give it a class name of what? Of dashboard button, right? Okay, so now that we have all of these bad boys all set up nice and clean, what we want to do is we want to go into our home.css and then start applying the styles that we have to apply, right? So the first class that we are going to pick up is the home, of course, and that is basically what is handling whatever that is under here, right? So we want to our main aim right now is to center everything in the middle of the screen and then work our way through from there. So in order for us to be able to do that, we want to make sure that the height first of all is 100%, and then we want to say that we want it to be a display flex. We want to justify the content to be center, and then we align the items too as well to be center, right? Now once we're able to do that, you can see that this has become horizontal. In order for us to be able to fix that, you should remember that it's a flex box, so all we have to do is flex direction. So let me clean that, and flex direction, flex direction, then we do that column, right? So now that we've been able to work on the flex direction, you can see that these ones seem to be on the left side of the box it's occupying, right? So in order for us to be able to fix that, we want to make sure that they are aligned at the center so things look more uniform. Alright, let's not stress ourselves. Let's just come and then do text align center. Okay, now we have this, but you can see that they all seem to be clamped up, right? Well, let's not waste no time, and let's just add a gap of 10 pixels. Alright, so you can see that there's now some space in between all of them. Okay, now that we have this working out like how we want it to be working out, we want to first of all work on the application title here, the main title here, the main name here, right? Now in order for us to be able to work on it, when we come here and we come and check and look, you can see that this is the logo text, right? So we'll come down and then we take the logo text here, and then inside we are going to set the font size to be 128 pixels, 128 pixels, nicely. Maybe it's a little too big. Let me make it 120. No, it's effed up. I like it 128 because I don't know, it just seems so aligned like this, right? And let me increase the, yeah, it's better, so yeah, let's keep it 128. All right, so 128, and then we set the background. We want to make sure that the background is a linear gradient, and then this linear gradient we are going to set a 2 and right, and then we are going to bring in our comma, and then the first and let me basically talk about what the linear gradient is doing. So you are saying that we want the background to be a linear gradient, right? And then we want to make sure that the direction of which you are passing in as the first argument, right, is going to be what, from the left to the right, right? So you can just do to right or to left. It's basically based off your preference, right? Based on your preference. So I would just say 2ECC 40, and that should give us some green. Yeah, should give us a green color, and then we will basically take, I think, teal. And where I usually get my colors from is CL. Yeah, oh, this one. right? So you can see if we copy this color, we can put this color here as well. Okay, then now that we have this all worked out, you can see that it's on the background here. Don't worry, we'll fix that. Now, in order for us to be able to fix that, we want to make sure that we set our color to transparent first of all, right? We can try this. Now the text is missing. Don't worry, don't shake, right? The text is missing. That's because we said that the color should appear inside the text, right? So we want to remove this background. How do we remove the background? We do that by saying background clip. Okay, background clip, and then we select the text, and then you can see that it's here, right? Now there's one more thing that we need to add. We need to add a WebKit background clip to as well. Okay, then we set that to as text, right? Now we are set to move on. Okay, so now that we have these bad boys all set up, we want to move on to basically the h2, which is obviously the home text here, right? This one. Okay, but it's like the h2, we do not need to style it because it sort of seems to be in the same position as we expect it to be. So maybe later, but for now let's just leave it just the way it is. And what we'll basically do is I'll come down to I think the sub home text. Sub home text, so that should be our h3 that is here. Okay, then inside this we'll just apply a few things, right? So first of all, we want to say that the font weight is going to be 400, and then we set the max width to be what, 70%. Okay, now you can see that there's been some more alignment over here, and that is awesome. Okay, so now that this one has been set up nicely, we want to move on to the dashboard button. Now for the dashboard button, I don't want to type this out so I'll just copy this. Okay, then I'll bring my full stop or my period, and then I bring the class name, and I now come and add my paddings. So we say the padding left and right. This thing does confuse me, honestly. It does confuse me. So yeah, I think we can try to learn it together, right? So we say border 1 pixel solid red, right? And then we can see that there's a border here. So let's start applying our padding so that we don't forget the next time. So if we say 15 pixels, right? Okay, you can see that it's applying to both of it, right? Both of these. And we say 0 pixels at first. Okay, so basically the first pixel that we apply is basically for the top and down, right? And then the next one is for left and right, obviously. So let's quickly reset this one as what, 25 pixels. Okay, now we can clean out this our border. We just use it to learn something new. Alright, so we have this background color. And then this background color, we are basically going to be using this same color for the background color here. Okay, now you can see that we still have this bad boy acting like this, or squared up. maybe it's about to fight, I don't know. But we're just going to apply a color of white. That's what we know for now. And then we add a border radius. We add a border radius of 20 pixels, right? And then after adding our 20 pixel border radius, we add our font size. We add our font size of 14 pixels, right? And then we set our margin top to be 20 pixels. Nice and smooth. Alright, but you realize that whenever we hover over the button, nothing happens, right? We want to make sure that whenever we hover over the button, it dims out a bit and it becomes smooth. All right. But on second thoughts, I'm looking at this button and I'm feeling like the green color is a little too bright. I'm just going to hover. What I just did was I hovered over this, and then this one brought me this dialog, and then I'm just pulling it down a bit. Right, I'm pulling it down a bit. All right, this seems cool to me, honestly. All right, this seems way better. Or we could just take it up a bit more so it matches with something around here, right? All right, so this is much better. You could copy, so it's 27A836. You could copy this, and then now that we have this, I want to make sure that once we hover over it, it basically dims its light, right, to show that we are pointing at it. Now, in order for us to be able to do that, we can basically come here and copy this whole thing, paste, and then we set the hover property. Here, and then we set it to transition. Sorry. Okay, just clean this. Then so for the background color that we have, right, we are going to set that to 197724. Okay, so when we come and over, you can see that it dims at light, right? It's greenness, right? Okay, but you can see that it's way too sharp. So in order for us to be able to make it smooth, what we are going to say is transition, and then we are going to set all, and then we set it to what, 0.2 or 0.25, depending on what suits you, right? Okay, I think I need to add the seconds. I forgot to add the seconds. Yeah. Alright, okay. So so after thinking for a while, I feel like we need to change our fonts, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, let's quickly search for Google Fonts, and then we just select Poppins, right? And we come here, get font, and then we get the embedded code, and then with the embedded code, I'll just copy this, and then I'll come to index.html, come to the header tag, I'll just paste that, and then all I need to do is I can close this and then go to the index.css where we specify this, and then we can add Poppins as we wanted to. Then I think we can close this, and then once we open, you can see that things look a bit more better, a bit more better than before. So yeah, I guess we are going to keep this one. Okay, so definitely I'll see you in the next video where we would work on much more complex but interesting functionalities. Alright, see you in the next one. In this part of the video series, we would want to work on the main ChatGPT design whenever you log in, but in this particular episode we'll just work on the chat menu side, which should be just this side I'm highlighting, right? So let's not waste time and just get into it. Okay, so let's go back here. I want us to quickly work on the dashboard, right? And you realize that whenever we go into ChatGPT, for instance, you realize that we have two parts, right? We have this part on the left, and that is supposed to be like the chat menu or something like that, and then we have this other division. Let's quickly go to the dashboard. So we have this part on the left, which is supposed to be sort of like a chat menu with your chat history and a bunch of buttons that you can use to navigate through ChatGPT. And we have the right side as well, and then the right side is here. This part contains a bunch of other things too that can help you navigate through your ChatGPT and basically talk to the AI and help you have a conversation with it, get your answers, and then you move on. Right now, we are quickly going to be working on that. But before that, I want us to quickly work on the the sign in problem. Right. So as you can see, right now we already logged in. I'm quickly going to log out. We taken to the home page. Fine. Then excuse me, we get back and I would just try to log in, and you realize that it will take us to the home page. Right now, this is not supposed to happen. All right, this is not what is supposed to happen. So in order for us to be able to fix this, we have to use a prop or property here called force redirect URL, and then we set that to be dashboard. I set that to be the dashboard. So when we log out or we sign out and then I go back and try to sign in, it will take us straight to dashboard. Right, this is awesome. So now that we've been able to work this out, right, we've been able to work this out now. So so basically what we want to do right now, right, what we basically want to do right now is we want to start working on the design that is on the left and then the design that is on the right. So first of all, for the chat menu, let's quickly come here and then create a new component and create a folder called components, right? And then components. All right, then in here we create a chat menu create a chat menu folder, and then inside this chat menu we'll create a chat menu file or a chat menu component basically, and then we'll add a chat menu.css too. So chat menu.css. all right, so we have chat menu.jsx, and then we are going to do our REFC to at least make sure that it can be exported, right, and be used somewhere. Then we can basically come here and then import our CSS. So I'll just chat menu.css. right, okay, so we have this nice and smooth, it's working as we want it to. What do we want to do next? Okay, now the next thing that we want to quickly do is we want to go into the dashboard layout. We should be inside the layouts folder here. I'll go to the dashboard layout, and then over here I would import it. Okay, so I'll just import, let me zoom in a bit. So I'll just import the chat menu. So the chat menu is here. It has been imported nicely. Now we are going to have to do a few things over here, right? You can see this is the chat menu. We are going to have to do a few things, right? So what are the first few things? The first thing is that we are going to have to assign new classes to the elements inside our dashboard layouts, right? So the first one is, I don't want us to be giving most of the elements their class names as main, because it could clash with other files or other CSS styles. So let's start with dashboard layout. Okay, so dashboard layout, I'll just come down here, give it another class name, and I'll give it menu, and I'll come here, another class name, and I'll give it dashboard content. Alright, so dashboard layout, dashboard menu, dashboard content. Okay, so now that we have these bad boys here, we are going to now apply some stylings. So go to the dashboard layout, and then what are the stylings that we are going to be applying? we'll quickly take the dashboard layout class, and then we'll give it a display flex. We'll give it a gap of 50 pixels, and then we'll give it a padding top of 20 pixels, and then we give it a height of 100%. Right, so once we are done with that, we'll come and take the dashboard menu. We'll take the dashboard menu here, right, and then we'll give it a flex one. Alright, okay, so dashboard menu takes a flex one, and then what happens here is we would come down to the dashboard content, that is where the outlet is, right, and then we would give it a flex 4, and then we give it a background color of 12101B. Okay, so you can see that everything is working out as it should be. Then right after we are done with this, let's quickly work on the chat menu. So inside the chat menu here, we are going to need a couple of elements, right? A few elements here. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to start by assigning a class name of chat menu, right? And then inside here we would add a span, and then this span is going to be, so let me basically add a span with the class name. So we'll do that by doing, then I'll say that the class name should be title, right, and then I'll give it dashboard. Okay, then I'll come here and I'll come and provide a link. So the link is basically going to be coming from the React router DOM, right, and then inside this we'll see what create a new chat, right, create a new chat. Okay, then we'll give this one a class name of link, right, and then we would set it to dashboard. Okay, so now that we have this worked out, we want to come down again, just copy this and I'll paste it here, right, and then I'll just remove this and just change this text to explore neurofeed AI. I'll just copy this one and then I'll paste it here, and then I'll just change this text again to what, contact, right. So now that we are done with this, we want to quickly come here and then add an HR, and then give it a class name of HR, and give it a class name of chat menu HR, right. Then we come back here and then we give another span. I'll just copy this line and come and paste it here. Then inside this we'll change this to chat history, right, then once you are done with that, we have to come here and then create a div called list, a div with the class name of list, right? Then inside this, we are quickly going to take something like this, right? And then we'll quickly just paste it over like 4 or 5 times, I don't know, depending on what you're looking for. But yeah, let me change this text before we do any of that. So we say maybe the chat's title, right? So right after we are done with that, we can just duplicate it because we are going to be applying some styles, right? Okay, so once we are done with the chat title, I would come and copy the HR element here, the line, and I will place it right under the div here, and then I'll give it an upgrade class, right? And then inside this upgrade class, we are basically going to be applying an image element, and then this image element we are going to be getting, so don't worry. So let's quickly just put in the class name that we are looking for. So the class name is going to be chat menu pro, okay? And then what else? We come down, so we come down here, and then we come to provide the div with the class name of texts, right? And then we give a span, and then this span is going to say upgrade, so upgrade to feed AI Pro. Okay, nicely done. We can come down here and then give another span and say get unlimited access to all features. Okay, so we have this one all set up nicely too as well. Let's go get the image that we need. So I'm quickly going to come here and import, so I'm going to say logo. I'm going to import it from, we'll go back and then we'll go to public, then inside public we'll go to images, and then we are going to get the logo neural feed here. So yeah, okay, so let's quickly take the logo that we have here and then place it inside, and then we should quickly have a logo in here, nice and clean. Okay, I think we are supposed to fix, yeah, so don't worry, when we start applying the styles, you'd realize how everything would come together. Okay, so let's quickly go to the chat menu.css and then apply a few stylings. So I would say chat menu, which is the main div, is going to have a display flex and then a flex direction column. Flex direction column. Okay, so then we have to give it a height of 100%. okay, then we come to the chat menu HR1, or chat menu HR basically, and then okay, so what we are basically going to be doing is, for the chat menu HR, right, what we are basically going to be doing for the chat menu HR, right, we are going to be providing a few styles. So first of all, we say we don't want it to have a border, so we don't want it to have a border, right? So we'll give that a border none, and then we'll give it a height of 2 pixels, right? Which obviously you can see what is going on here, and give it a background color of what, yeah, now you can see, right? Now when we come here, we give it an opacity to of 0.1, so that it becomes light. And then once we are done with that, we give it a border radius too as well. Give it a border radius of 5 pixels, right? Then we now come down and then give it a margin, of what, 20 pixels left and right, and 0 pixels, yeah. Okay, so you can see that we have quickly set up our chat menu HR nice and clean. So we want to quickly move on to the title class. So you realize that this title that we have here, let's quickly move on to its stylings. So I'll say title, and then the title is going to be having a font width of 600, and then a font size of let's try 10 pixels. Yeah, it's too small. Let's give it like something like a 12. Okay, a 14. Okay, I think I like 14 better. Or let's maintain a 12 for now. And then I would quickly give it a margin bottom for 10 pixels, and then let's quickly give it a margin top too as well, empty for 10 pixels. Okay, nice and clean. Right, so now that we have that in there, what are we going to do now? I'm going to quickly take I'm going to quickly take the list here, and then the list class that we have inside our component. We take that list, then we give it a display flex, give it a flex direction column, and then we would say overflow y, and then we set that to auto. Now the reason why we are doing that is when the chat becomes when the chat number increases, and since it's aligned in, when the chat number increases, it should become a scroll. We should be able to scroll through those chats, and then it should be only when the chat increases vertically, right? Because of how we've arranged it here. Okay, so at what height should we also see that increase, right? So we set the max height to say 400 pixels for now. In case there's any changes, we'll definitely come back and make these changes, right? So we'll come and then give a link, and then for the link we are basically going to give a padding of 10 pixels, right? So you can see padding of 10 pixels. Then inside here, right, inside the link, we give a border radius of 10 pixels too as well. All right, then you can see, so then these links are basically this, like the texts inside. So if you go in here, you can see that the place where we apply the class name link, right? Okay, so now we want to make sure that whenever we hover over this we remove our mouse over these links, we can see certain things that would indicate to us that we are about to click on them, or we are about to perform an action on them, right? Now, how do we do that? I'm quickly going to set a link over. So the link, then hover. Then inside this hover, you're going to give it a background color of, we say what, 2C2937, right? So you can see, now you can see whenever I hover on it, it just appears way too raw. So let's fix that by adding a transition. Looks like our link yeah, something is wrong somewhere. Yeah, we're supposed to apply links. We're supposed to apply some properties to our link elements, right? Where did we apply them? Yeah, I see the mistake. Yeah, we're actually applying them at the wrong side of things. Okay, yeah, the reason why these styles are still working is because they have the same class name. So all this while I've been applying the styles inside the dashboard layout, the CSS, but it's not supposed to be like that. So let's quickly come here, and then let me quickly cut this, and then okay, let's reposition this. So I'm done cutting it. Let's close the dashboard layout, right? Then come here, then we would apply this at the right spot it's supposed to be applied at. Okay, so inside here we are going to just apply a transition, right? Then we are going to say, or we're going to say ease in, even ease, right? And then we're just going to say 0.2 seconds, and that should be able to make it as smooth as possible, right? Okay, that's cool. So now that we know this, right, now that we know how these bad boys work, or we've been able to set up the links, right, let's move on to the upgrade. So for the upgrade, it's quite simple. We'll quickly just go here, right, and then we'll quickly give it a margin top of auto. Now the margin top auto is what is supposed to make it go down to the bottom of the screen regardless, right? Then right after we are done with getting that, then we give it a display flex, then we say align items center, right? Then we give it a gap of 20 pixels, right? 20 pixels is way too big, honestly. So 10 pixels. Then we'll give it a font size 12 pixels. Alright, then this chat menu pro is basically this part, right? The image that we have here. So we are about to apply stylings to the image that we have. So we quickly just say width, and then the width that we are going to be applying to it is 24 pixels, and then we'll give it a height too of 24 pixels, right? And then we'll come down here and give it we take the text element, which is supposed to be both of these spans that we have here, upgrade to neurofeed AI editor, right? We take the text class, and then we would say give it a display flex, right? And then we see that the flex direction should be column. Then right after we are done with that, we quickly come down and then take this same texts and then see, let's take the first child of it and then give it a font weight of, let's give it a font weight of say 400. Okay, or let's try 600. Okay, and then we'll take this and then say last child, and then last child we are basically going to be given a color, so we just say I think 888. Okay, nice. So now that we have these bad boys working like we want them to, let me quickly come, okay, so it's here, it's nice. Let me quickly come to the chat history section here, and let me just quickly duplicate the chats so that you see what I meant when I said the overflow. And then we are going to be applying some more fixes. So you see that we have this, so what we have to do is just scroll through them, right? Scroll through them like we want to. Maybe you might want to style your scroll bar. If you want to be able to style your scroll bar, we can come here and then you say select all elements of the scroll bar, right? So come and then we bring a double column here. Then we say WebKit, right? The WebKit, then scroll bar, WebKit scroll bar, and then we give it a width. So I'll say width 10 pixels, right? Then we would come down here, copy this and come down. So WebKit scroll bar, then this way we are going to be tackling certain elements of it, right? So with the scroll bar track, right, what we need to do is give it a background. All right, so a background color of F1. So you can see this is the track, right? Oh no. Okay, so this is the track. We'll come down here, just copy this, come down, and then we'll come and tackle the thumb. So the thumb is basically what we hold and then use to scroll up and down, and then we'll give it a color, a background color. Give it a background color of 03543F, right? You can see. Then we'll give it a border radius of 5 pixels. Border radius of 5 pixels, right? Then we would take this, maybe we might want to deepen the color a bit anytime we try to scroll, so we can say hover. So we just say hover, and then based off of this we take this out, and then we come and change the color here. So this is going to be 0354 then 3F, right? But this time we just bring it a little bit lower like this, so it becomes like this. Think I have to save before we see the changes. Okay, I think there's not too much of a difference because it's not really, yeah, you can see it now. All right, okay, that's cool, that's cool. So right, let me try taking out the border radius. Maybe it will look more, it will look much better. Okay, yeah, it does look much better because the border radius made it look like we had some space in here. Or what we can do is you can keep the border radius and then copy and just copy it over to this one. Let's see if it will make any changes or make any difference. No, it didn't. So I guess we have to put it on the track instead. Yeah, so I think it's on the track that it has to be for it to make sense. Let me make it 10 and see. Yeah, I mean it's still the same thing, so okay, nice. I just still feel like there are a bunch of spaces in between though. So let's just maintain the other one where we just commented out or removed the border radius, so it just becomes like this, right? Alright, nice. So as you can see, we are done with the menu, the chat menu here on our left side, and then inside the next video we are going to be working on the chat itself, right? So hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Bye. I'm really glad you could join the part 2 of the dashboard design episode. So in this episode, basically, or in this part, we are going to be designing this part of our dashboard with all these image cards and logo and everything here, right? Yeah, so let's not waste too much time and let's just get straight into the video. Okay, so basically we can see that we are off to a fresh start, and you can see that we have like a bunch of PNGs here. Now these PNGs aren't really any huge thing, they're just icons that I got from icon 8 and I think flat icon or something, like a bunch of other places where you get icons from. And so I'm going to, like, before I upload this video, I'm going to make a commit. So you can go to the repository in the description to go and see if you can use the image or if you can get the image for yourself. But I mean, I'd recommend you also find your own icons, because at the end of the day, I mean, it makes your project unique. But I mean, if you want to also get it, no problem, we can roll with that. Because I mean, some of us just want to learn something, just move on or get something to showcase, I don't know. So yeah, now that we know this, let's not waste too much time. Let's quickly go to the dashboard here, right? Now inside the dashboard, what we want to do is, I'll just take this off, open up my brackets, and then I'll first of all start with the first div with a class of dashboard, right? And then inside that we are going to have the next div, and that is going to be dashboard text, right? Dashboard texts, right? Now inside after the dashboard text, you're basically going to be having the dashboard form container, but let's not focus on that for now. Let's just quickly put in all the necessary things that we need inside the dashboard text, and then we'll come to the rest later. So I'll say dashboard logo. Okay, then we are going to be having an image. An image, sometimes I feel like it's React Native, but yeah, we're going to be having an image. Okay, let's bring the image in later. So going to be having an image, and then this image has a class name, and then the class name is what? Dashboard logo radio. Okay, oh, logo. Okay, then we have what I would want to add an h1, and then inside this h1 I'm going to put in neural feed AI. Okay, now we can now add our image. What image do we want to add? We just look here and you can see we can add this. So I can quickly just copy the name by pressing F2. I think for a Mac you just have to hit enter and then you can select the name. Just copy that name, close this, and then I'm just going to import this. So import, so I'll just say logo, sorry about that. So import logo from, then would go back and go to the public, and then images, and then we have logo neural feed.png. Alright, so now that we have this all set up, let's quickly come here and then import it. Right, so I'll say logo, and then we should see the logo appear there. Right, so now that we have this dashboard logo working, we just come down and then we come up with another div that is going to be the dashboard options. So dashboard options. Okay, now inside the dashboard options we are going to have the dashboard option. So dashboard option. Okay, so inside the dashboard option we are basically going to be having an image element, and then this image element is going to contain, let's give it a class name. Right, let's give it a class name, and then the class name is going to be dashboard image, dashboard option image. Right, okay, then right after that we can come down here and give it a span. Right, and then we are going to say start a new chat. Okay, this is awesome. So what we can do is we can basically just import the images and use them. Right, so I'll just say import chats from, then we just copy the whole of this path and just use it here, and then we just say what chat.png. At least that was how I renamed the icon basically. So I'll just clean this and then put chat in there. You can see that we have the chat icon working, and then what we are going to do from here is you're basically going to be taking this whole thing, right, the dashboard option, and then we are going to basically spread them through. So I'll just take it and spread it through. Right, so we have the option spread 3 times. Right, we're just going to change a few things inside. So the first thing we change is the chat. The second thing is we want to be able to analyze the images. So I'll say analyze images. So analyze images, and then for the analyze image I'll just copy paste, and I'll take images, so just images. Right, okay, so we have the chat, we have images. Oh yeah, wrong. Yeah, so images. Okay, then we should see a change. So the next one is basically going to be help with code. So in order for me to be able to import the icon, I'll just copy and paste this. I'll select this and then select this as well, and then I'll just change it to code, and then I'll come here and change this to code. So you should see that the icon should change, nothing serious, and I'll just change this to help with code. Alright, so help with code has been done nicely. Okay, so right after we are done with this, we want to quickly move on to the dashboard form container, which should obviously be right below this div. So for here, we just say, I'll just copy. Okay, I guess I need to rewrite it. So yeah, so dashboard form container, right? And then inside here would bring a form element, right? So form, no, not a for loop, a form. All right, so inside this form, you can just remove the action here and just bring a class name. And then what is going to be the class name? The class name is basically going to be dashboard form. I'll just copy this and put it here. Okay, so inside the dashboard form, we are going to be having an input, right? So we'll have an input, and then this input is going to be the type text, and then we add a placeholder, and then this placeholder is ask me anything. All right, and then what else? We are going to add a class name, and then the class name is going to be dashboard form input. Okay, nicely done. Then we come here and then add a button, right? And then this button is going to be having an image. Keep thinking this React Native. All right, so this image is basically going to have one more icon, that is an arrow. But before that, let us assign a class name to our button. So just say dashboard form button, right? And then the image SRC here, for that we just come copy paste, and then I'll just select this, hold alt, select this as well, and arrow. Okay, then I'll come and replace this with the arrow. So arrow. Okay, nicely done. Okay, so now that we have all of these bad boys set up, I think there's one more thing. We didn't give a class name to the dashboard form image, so I just have to copy this. Okay, and I'll paste this, and then I'll just say image. Okay, nice and well done. I guess. So what we are going to do is we're going to now apply our CSS stylings to these bad boys right here, right? So you quickly come up here and then call the dashboard component here. What you're going to do is you're basically going to give it a height of 100%, and then we give it a display flex. So give it a display flex, then a flex direction column. Okay, then we give it align item center, right? Then we can see the changes being made in real time. Then we can come with the dashboard text, right? Now inside the dashboard text, what do we want to do? We want to first of all say flex 1. Okay, then after we want to make sure that we give another display flex. Then we have align item center. Then we have justify content center. Then we give a flex direction column, obviously. Then we know that we have a width 50%. Okay, then we have the gap of 50%. Nice. 50 pixels. So now that we have this all worked out, what we want to do is we want to take the dashboard logo. Okay, that div, the dashboard logo div, right? We're basically going to take that. So let's say dashboard logo, and then I'll just give it a display flex. Okay, then let me put this on charge. Yeah, then right after giving a display flex, we want to align item center. Align item center, and then you want to give it a gap of 20 pixels. Gap 20. Yeah, it has to be automatic. I don't know why it's wasting a little bit more time, but then we set the opacity to be 0.2. That should be okay. Okay, so now that we have the dashboard logo all worked out, we need to be able to customize how our image looks, or the size of our image, and all that stuff, right? So I'll just come down here, and then I'll take the dashboard logo image or logo radio, right? So we could, just so things wouldn't look weird, let me make it logo image, right? So image, right? Okay, so dashboard logo image is basically going to say that its width wants to be 64 pixels, and I'm going to make sure that the height is also 64 pixels. Alright, so now that that has been set, I want to quickly come down here to dashboard logo text. Okay, now that's basically going to be the neurofeed AI text. So for that, we'll just take the dashboard logo text, okay, dashboard logo text, and then we'll give it a font size of 64 pixels, right? And then we'll give it a background linear gradient, right? Then we say to right, right? Then we'll say 2ECC40. Then we would give it our other color, which is 39CCCC. Nice. So now that we have this, we can come down and then add our color transparent. Now, in case you are finding it difficult to follow, all you have to do is to just go to your home CSS here, just copy this logo text, right? Just copy the logo text and bring it here and just paste it. I know this one, I'll just clean it and clean this one as well. Then yeah, all we have to do is change the font size to that 64 pixels. All right, so now that we are done with that, I want to take the dashboard options. Okay, okay, yeah, so everything is working. So for the dashboard options, what are we quickly going to do? I'm going to set the width to 100%, and then I would say display flex, then I'll say align item center, right? Then I would say justify content space between, all right? Then we'll give it a gap 50. Okay, so now that we've been able to give it the gap 50, what do we do next? We take each and every single dashboard option and then apply a few styles to it. So dashboard option, right? Then what are the styles that we are going to be applying to each dashboard option? Right, we're basically going to be giving it flex 1, right? And now this flex 1 is going to basically make sure that their boxes are evenly separated, if you get what I'm trying to say. So yeah, then I'll just give it a display flex. Then I would say flex direction column. Okay, then let's not forget our gap 10. Okay, font width 300, font size let's give it 14. Then padding, okay, then the padding is going to be 20 pixels. Okay, looks just good. Then we have a border 1 pixel solid. Oh, okay, nice. Then we have what, border radius. Okay, so for the border radius we are going to give it 20 pixels. Okay, nice and clean. Whew. Okay, so we are done with the dashboard option, right? We want to now tackle how the option images look like, because I mean right now if we try to expand this, okay, it looks cool. Actually, it does look cool as we want it to. I don't know, I'm starting to feel like we should just leave the images like that, because I don't know, for some reason they just look cool being like this. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, but I guess we need to work on the images still. Let's stick to the plan, I guess. But if it doesn't look good, I guess we just have to get back to the old one, the old design that we were here, right? So I'll just say dashboard option image, and then for that let's give it a width of something like a 40 pixel, and then give it a height of 40 pixels. So okay, so now we are starting to see some huge irregularities whenever we minimize or we reduce the size. Let's make it 50 and see what happens. Let's make it 50. Okay, I think this is way better, so let's keep the 50. Okay, then let's not forget to make sure that let's not forget to make sure that the object fit is cover, right? So object fit, we set that to cover. Okay, now we have the option images all set nicely done, right? They've been done nicely. They've been arranged perfectly. This is how they're supposed to look like. I'm happy with it. So the next thing is we're going to be working on this right here, right? Let's not waste too much time and just get to it. So let me highlight this then. Why does my mouse keep doing this? So let's quickly come down here. Okay, then we'll come and say dashboard form container. Okay, so dashboard form container, that's like a form container, that div, right? So with that, so let's first give it margin top auto, right, to set it to the bottom of the screen or the page, and then we'll give it a width of 50%. all right, then we'll make sure that it has a background color, Okay, so give it a background color of 2C2937. Right, then right after we are done with that, we basically come to the border radius. Oh, border radius. Oh. And then we're going to give it 20 pixels, 20 pixel border radius. Okay, then we'll come to the dashboard form itself. Then for that, what we are going to do is we're going to give it a width of 100%, a height. We're going to give it a height of 100%. Then we are going to give it display flex. Going to give it display flex. Then align item center. Then you're going to give justify content space between. Okay, then you're going to give it a gap of 20 pixels, right? Then we say MB, so MB is going to be 10 pixels, obviously. Okay, so now that we have this working out like we wanted to, right, I'll quickly just go to the dashboard form input, right, and then let's quickly style the inputs that is inside there. So first of all, this input is going to get a flex 1. Okay, this input is going to get a flex 1. Then after, we are going to give it a padding 20. Then we set the background to transparent. Okay, then now that the background is transparent, what else do we want to do? We want to give it a border none. We want to remove all the borders that surround it, right? Then after making sure that the borders are gone, we'll make sure we take out every outline, right? And then the color, we make sure that the color of the text is what? CC or EC. Okay, then we come and then apply a font family. Okay, so for the font family, you already know, go for the system UI and just apply our power pens in front of it. Okay, nice. So with that, we just come down here and then we would basically add more class names. And then what are we going to work on? We are going to work on the dashboard form button, right? Dashboard form button. So for this, what we are going to basically work on is say that background color has to be 605E68, right? So we have that working. We give it a border radius. Of 50%. Okay, and then we make sure that there are no borders actually. Yeah. Next is we make sure that it's a cursor pointer. Okay. So cursor pointer. Then we set the padding to 10 pixels, right? Set the padding to 10 pixels. We give it a display flex, justify content center, right? Display flex, justify content center. Then we align the items center to as well. And the last thing is going to be margin right 20. Okay, Okay, so now that we have this, right, we can see that everything is working quite okay, but except for the fact that the button is big. Now it's not really the button's problem, it's actually the image, the image inside the button. So for that, what we are going to do is we just take the class name of the image of the button. So we just say form button image, right? And then for that we just apply a width of 16 pixels, and then we apply a height of 16 pixels as well. Then once we save that, okay, looks like there's something wrong somewhere. Let me check the terminal, make sure that it's running. Okay, terminal is running. Let's check where is the problem. Let me check something. So this is dashboard image. Okay, so it was actually the wrong class name that I had applied. So we have basically been able to fix that. Okay, so that should be it. When we open or when we expand, you should see that everything should look as cool as new, right? So that's basically it for this part of the episode, and then in the next part we are basically going to be working on the design of the actual chat, whereby you have the user chatting here, and then the AI replying, right, and some other things that come with it. So hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Hello everybody, we are basically going to be working on the chat page for our ChatGPT clone. Now as you can see, we have test answer from AI, test prompt from user. When we go up, you can see an actual dummy prompt that we put in and how it will look like, the maximum height. And we know that once we refresh the page, it will go to the most recent prompt or the most recent text that we have sent or received, right? So yeah, let's not waste too much time and just get into the project, get it done. All right, okay, so I want us to quickly move on to the chats page. Right now, we know that most of the time you have your prompt here, and then you have the AI's reply right around here, right? So I mean, in general, that is what we want to be able to build, just like what we have in the intro. So let's just go straight into the project. I'm quickly going to go to the chat.jsx here. Let's quickly highlight this and bring our brackets. Then we can clear whatever is in here, right? And then we will start by creating our first class, and then we say main chat, say the main chat, right? And then with the main chat or the chat main, however you want to name it, what you want to do is inside you want to have a chat wrapper. Okay, so inside the chat wrapper you want to have another component or another div called chat, right? Then inside the div called chat you want to have a div with the class name of message, right? Then we can just put in a test. Okay, so I would say test answer from AI, right? Test answer from AI. And then when we come down here, I'll just say message. So I'll say message message. Then inside we say message user. So message user is here. Then inside I'll just say test prompt from user, right? That's cool. All right, so now that we have both of these bad boys here, what we want to do is let's quickly just duplicate them so they become almost like a long list. Okay, so we have this long list of texts and prompts or messages that we can use and style. So after we've been able to do this, let's quickly move on to how we are going to style all these bad boys to make them look good, like our chat board or our chat box. So I'll quickly just take the first, which is what's the chat main. Right now, because we are dealing with pixels and stuff, some things might look a little irregular here, but they should look better when we maximize the screen, so don't worry. So I'll just say my height should be what, 100%. all right, then I'll make my display flex. Let's not forget the flex direction, and then we make that a column. All right, then right after that we make sure that we align items to the center. Okay, then we are going to do one more thing. Okay, now the reason why we would do the position relative is because of the form, the text box, right? The prompt box where you type your prompt, right? That's why we add the position relative. So you don't worry, when we get to that point you understand, but for now, just so we don't get any errors in the future, let's just add a position relative so we stay safe. All right, then we can come down here and then apply our chat wrapper. Okay, so here I'll just say flex 1, and then down here I'll just say overflow y auto, overflow y is auto, and then we have the width of 100%. Then we have the justify content center. Right, so okay, I'm seeing some let me quickly scroll down. Okay, all right, that's cool. Don't forget to make sure that you check your routes so that you can see this page. All right, so yeah, oh no, my mouse keeps doing whatever it wants to do. Right, so yeah, everything is okay. Now let's quickly do something, right? Let's work on this chat here. Okay, so we will come down here and then we'll take the chat, right, and then we'll apply the stylings. Okay, but before we do that, oh come on, so yeah, oh, my mouse keeps pressing stuff, but yeah, at the end of the day I wanted to make sure that the chat.css was linked, and it is linked obviously. So let's just continue. Okay, so for the chat here, let's give it a width of 50%. okay, and then we give it a display flex as well, and then we apply what, a flex direction column, right? Okay, so it is back. Then we would say something. Okay, right, what are we trying to understand, or what are we trying to do? We are trying to take each and every message or answer from AI, and then we are going to just set a padding to it, right? So let's just take that message class, right, and just assign some padding to that. So padding, okay, then we give that what, 20 pixels. Okay, that should be okay. All right, now that we've been able to set this up, we'll now take the message user. So how do we do that? We say message, and then we take user, so message user, and then we say what background color. So the background color is going to be what 2C2937. okay, then you can see that we have these bad boys working like we want them to. Then you come down here and then we give it a border radius, and then the border radius is going to be 20 pixels, obviously, right? Then right after giving them our border radius, we want to make sure that we set the max width to be 80%. all right, so the max width is 80%. okay, my mouse is still messing around, but yeah. Max width is 80%, and then we align self to flex end. okay, so as you can see here, we are facing a little bit of a problem when it comes to how this thing is looking. okay, now let's not shake let's not shiver. This is just something quite easy that should be fixed, right? So how are we going to fix this? So let me first of all reverse a few things. Let's first of all take out the relative, right? And then let's check for a few things. I want to check for the border, so I'll just say 1 pixel, and I'll say solid, then I'll say red. okay, I'm not seeing the border, so I need to make sure that the class name I'm passing is the right class name. okay, so we meant chat main, not main chat. So okay, oh, my mouse. Oh yeah, so chat main. So okay, so you can see that it is working as we expect it to. And then right down here I can release this and then cut this out. okay, so let's not forget that we are applying justify content center here, but we haven't applied display flex. So yeah, that should obviously take everything to the middle as we expect it to. okay, so we basically have these bad boys working like we want them to, obviously. all right, now that we have them working, we want to do a few things, right? Let me quickly maximize this. Now you see that now that we've maximized this, let's quickly go to lorem ipsum and pick up one long statement. That's pretty long. I'll just copy this and then I'll put it here. I'll put it here. Yeah, so I'll just let me unselect this and I'll come here and I'll come to test prompt from user. okay, this is a little too big, but I mean, okay, it's okay. Then what we can do is, yeah, so you can see how it is over here, right? Nice and clean. We are just going to do a few more changes, or some slight changes, right? Now what are the changes that we are going to make? We want to make sure that at the end of the day, when we refresh the page, it scrolls automatically to the bottom, right? Like it will come to the bottom here, right? Now how we are going to do that is quite simple. Let's just do it. So I'll just come to the chat here, right? What we can do is we can create like a closed component div that we are going to, so we can just say div here, and then we just close it up by doing this, right? So then we apply a ref, and then let's say this ref is end ref. okay, then we'll go up here, and then we say const end endref is equal to useref and null. Okay, so useref and null. Then we'll come here and we'll come and say use effect, and then inside use effect to create our function. Now inside this function, let's make sure that it's rendering once whenever we refresh the page. Then here we would say that take this end ref and select the current property of it, and then inside we'll say what scroll, we'll say scroll into view. Okay, scroll into view, right? And then we'll select the behavior. Okay, to smooth. Okay, yeah, I think I'm supposed to keep this inside. Yeah, so it should work. So when we come here and we come and refresh, it should, okay, it says okay, set, oh yeah, we didn't spell it well, so smooth. Okay, and then let's refresh. Now you can see that it's taking us to the last div that is at the bottom. Okay, nice and clean. Okay, so now that we know that, right, we want to be able to create our text box at the bottom here. All right, so this text box, right, that we are going to be creating at the bottom is what is supposed to help us write our prompts and stuff, right? Now in order for us to create this text box, we are going to need a new component called the new prompt here, right? So as you can see, when you come to the component here, you can see that I have already created a new folder here called new prompt, so no need to recreate them, but I mean for you have to create that folder. So this new prompt here, I'm going to create a file called new prompt.jsx, right? Then right inside the same folder, I'm going to create new prompt.css. okay, new prompt.css. okay, so you should remember it's inside the components folder in your SRC. So now let's let's click on this and then use our REFCE to initialize a lot of things, and then let's not forget to import our new prompt.css. so import new prompt.css. new prompt.css. okay, so it has been imported successfully. So what we are quickly going to do isn't going to be anything too serious. We're just going to clean this out and then we'll just start. So we're basically going to start with like a bunch of fragments. Okay, then okay, let's just do it. Right, let's start by having a form, right? Having a form, and then the form is going to be a new form class, right? It's going to have a class of new form, and then I want to quickly remove the just remove this. Then inside the form you are going to be needing a couple of things, right? Now what are we going to be needing? We are going to need a label. Now what is this label for? This label is going to represent the attachment icon that we are going to be using to add images for our AI to analyze, right, and give us results, right? So for this, let's set the HTML4 to be file. Now the reason we are doing that is when we create our input element, you are going to have to assign an ID to that input element, so that it's linked to the label. So when we click on the label, it automatically functions as that input element, right? Okay, so now that we know this, let's quickly come below and then implement what we want to implement. So the input file, so inside here I can just clear the name and then assign file to the ID. So but it's not showing here, right? So let's make sure that it shows. We'll go back to chat, come down here and then assign new prompt. So assign new prompt. Okay, okay, let me try to raise this one above a bit. I mean, we are not done with the stylings yet, so I just wish we could see it at least right now. Okay, it says new prompts, the file does not exist. Okay, that's strange. Let's go here. Okay, okay, let's clean this side. Let's clean this and then re-import. Okay, it says our CSS. Oh, where is this? So it says our CSS hasn't been imported. I think, yeah, it's a capital N, not a small n. Okay, so let's quickly, right, so you can see it's here. So for this here, we want to make sure that we are hiding it. So in order for us to be able to hide it, we just add hidden, right? And then we set a property to be multiple, and then we say false. So that means you can add multiple attachments, right? Then we give it a class name. So a class name of new form image, new form button image is much better. New form button image. Okay, so all right, so now how do we see our label? We could just say attachment or att, and then you see when we click on it, it will act as though it is, yeah. So but that's not the plan. The plan is to add an icon. So we'll just add this image. Okay, so for this image, what we are going to do is we are going to import an icon that I took from icon 8, as you can see here. So okay, let me just clear this. So yeah, I just searched for attachment white or something, yeah, white attachment, and they gave me this. I just selected one of them and then I used. So yeah, you can see that I imported it here and I renamed it. Okay, so now that we know this, let's import that attachment image. So we'll just import and then give it the name, and then we say from, then the path, okay, then we say public image, then we say what, attachment .png, since that's the name. Okay, so attachment.png. When we scroll down and then we come to this place to come and apply the style. So I'm sorry, apply the image or the png. You can see that it appears here. Okay, so now that we've been able to do this, let's not forget to add a few things. That is the class name. So for the class name here, let's give it a new form label. Okay, and then let's give the image here class name. So the class name is new form. Okay, So new form label. Okay, so for the image is going to be new form button image like we described. Okay, so let's quickly take this and put it here, and then take this and change it to inputs. Okay, so yeah, clean this, new form inputs. Okay, so yeah, now that we've been able to set up the attachment and where and how it should work like we wanted to, let's not forget to add one more thing, which is the input, where we are going to be putting our prompts. So this input is basically going to be a type of text, and then we are going to add a placeholder that says what, ask me anything. Okay, then we give it a class name of what, can give it a class name of what, this new form input. So let's just cut this and put it here. The one on top wouldn't need a class name because it's hidden, right? So what's there to style? Every styling we are going to do, we are going to apply it here. Okay, so new form inputs like we wanted to. Then we'll come down again, and then we'll add a button. Okay, then this button is going to have an image. Okay, so this image is going to be the arrow image. So let's just copy what is above here, paste it here, select this one as well, change it to arrow.png, and then we'll come here, and then we say arrow. Okay, then you can see that the arrow is here inside the button. Hideous. But we are going to fix that. So let's quickly fix that by adding a class name on top of this button. So class name, and then we say new form button. So new form button, and then now that we have that all worked out, I guess we could try to start adding our stylings, just so things come together the right way they have to. Okay, so let's go to the new prompts.css, and then we start by adding the new form. So for the new form, we'll give it a width of 50%, right? And then we would give it a position absolute. So you see, this is why we apply position relative to the main chat div, right? So that you, let's see, let me show you. So bottom 0, so you can see now it's at the bottom, but where is it at the bottom of? It's at the bottom of this chat page, right? So okay, so we are going to say background color. This background color is going to be what, 2C2937. okay, then now that we have this, we can now come with the border radius. So border radius of 20 pixels as usual, and then we give it a display flex, then we give it align item center, then we give it a gap 20, okay, then padding, so we give it a padding, so 0 pixels top and down, and then 20 pixels left and right. So yeah, that's basically it. Then we come down here, and then we are going to be taking two class names, and then we'll apply the same stylings to them, right? So how do we do that? We'll first of all start by taking the new form button, right? New form button, and then we'll take the new form label. new form label, right? So let's not forget to add our full stop here so that it recognizes it as a class. Then down here we take the border radius of 50%, okay. Then we give it a background color of 605E, right? 605E68, okay. Then now that we've been able to apply this background, let's not forget to remove every border that is, part of all these things. So border none, obviously. Then we give it a padding of 10 pixels. Then we say display flex as usual, align the items to center, and then we justify content center. Then let's not forget the cursor pointer. Okay, so now that we are done with this, we say new form button image. Then we say the width is 16 pixels, then the height is 16 pixels, right? So the width is 16 pixels, the height is 16 pixels. Let's not forget to apply the same stylings to the arrow. So I'll just come here, give it a class name, and assign the same thing here. Okay, so let's go back to our new prompts.css here, and then let's take the new form input. So new form input, and then inside here we are going to give it a flex 1. Okay, things get a little even, and then I'll give it a padding of 20 pixels. Then I'll say border none, right? Then right after that, I'll make sure that I say that all the outlines, right? What is an outline? Oh, my mouse is misbehaving again. Just minimize this. So what is an outline? An outline is this part, right? So you're going to say that the outline should be none, right? And then we say that we don't want that are white background color, so I'll just say background color is transparent. Okay, background color is transparent. Then we give it the normal text color. We'll give it CE, yeah, or yeah, right. Then we would say that the font family, we wanted to inherit it, so font family inherit. It's going to take the properties that we applied. So yeah, that's basically it. Now as you can see, it seems a little weird here, right? But don't worry, really don't. I'll just expand and you see that it looks just like how we want it to look, right? So now that we have this all set up, when I click on this, it should open up this dialog for us to submit or add an image, and then this one too should help us. When we type, we should see the changes here. Now you can see when I refresh, right, you can see that we are left with one more thing here right at the bottom here. Let's not worry ourselves too much, and let's just bring this one back here and let's go to our chat.jsx, right? Take this bad boy, cut this bad boy real quick, then go to the new prompt. Then over here we just add a nice class name. So this class name, you're going to say what? End chat. Okay, then for this end chat that we have here, right, we just take this, right, we'll go here, let's go on top. Okay, then I'll paste that, and I would say I want a padding bottom of what? 100 pixels. Okay, then okay, yes, it's then let's not forget to go back to our chat.jsx, take everything that we set up over here and then send it here real quick. Okay, so we are going to have to import a few things, but no need, we can just cut them out here and import them here as well. So yeah, so that's basically it. So as you can see, when we refresh, you can see that it goes to the bottom right here. Right, so basically this is it for designing the chat page for ChatGPT clone. So yeah, hopefully in the next one we are going to be looking at working with the image upload and image optimization and all these other things that come with it, right? So yeah, hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Alright, so in today's tutorial we are not really going to be doing too much. We just want to set up our project so we can be able to use the image analytics tool that we are building into our application. So we want to make sure that when we click on this, it can open up whatever, it can open up our directory. We just select the image that we want to work with and we should be able to work with it, right? That's what I want us to be able to focus on. But for this particular video, we are just going to set it up, we're just going to be able to set it up, and we are going to be using a pretty popular tool most recently because of the fact that it does compress your images or your media files from how big they are to like the smallest kilobytes they could possibly get to, I mean, for now, right? So what is it going to be? It's going to be image kit. So just quickly search for image kit. So I would say image kit react. Okay, so image kit react, we should see this, right? I just click on this so you can see image kit react, it's here. We just scroll down real quick and then okay, we need to come down a bit so we see, yes, so this is what we need, here. Then we just come and split the terminal. Okay, I think I oversplitted it because it was not responding, but yeah, just bring this to the side. Okay, now okay, it's here. So what you're going to be doing is I'll just paste basically, and then I'll add the force flag because this is how we are going to be installing our packages in our React 19 because it's not stable. So yeah, so it should install it just like how we want it to. So while it's installing, what we want to do is we want to set up a few things. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have the public key, right? You can see that this is the URL endpoint that the URL endpoints, and then the image kit public key, right? So in order for us to be able to do this, we have to get to the dashboard. Okay, I guess you have to get to the dashboard, so we can try searching image kit, and we should, so I'll just click on image kit, and yeah, so for that, let's try. I think I already have an account. I don't remember where exactly. Okay, I think it will be on another email, so I'll just try to log in with this one and to see. Okay, so we are getting into the dashboard. Okay, so we are just going to select software. I don't know. I'll just select everything. Just go for it. Okay, so this is select your. Okay, so I am in Africa, so I would looking at this, just select Europe and go for it. Okay, so now that we have our image kit dashboard here, we need to get our details, right? We need to get the details that we need in order for us to be able to upload or use our image kit inside our normal application. So let's come to the developer options, and then as you can see here, we have the URL endpoint that we can just copy from here, and then we have this one, right? Okay, so let's just take the public key. Apparently we are going to be using the public key on the client side, and then we use the private key also on the server side. Okay, so as you can see, if you scroll down your React, you should see that this is how you're going to be applying your context. And yeah, this is how you're going to be applying your context, right? We are going to see more of it inside the documentation. So it's the documentation that we are going to be following to implement this, right? So yeah, let's quickly just set up our envs. I'll just copy this public key right here. Okay, then we'll come to our project here, and let's quickly set up our env. Okay, oh yeah, I made a mistake here. I had to change directory into front end before adding that. So let's quickly copy this and then do rm rf node modules, and then package lock, and also package.json. So package lock.json and package.json. Okay, so all these are going to be worked on. So you can see that they just got deleted. I'll just cd into front end, then I'll just paste this one more time. So while it's being added, what we can do is I'll just go into the front end here and then create an env file. So create the env file. Okay, we already have an env file, so yeah, then we can come here and store the public key. So store the public key, say image kit or image kit public key, image get public key, and then we just paste this. Oh yeah, we have to go back to copy this public key, and then we come back here. Oh yeah, we'll come back here to paste that. Okay, so yeah, we now have our public key. It looks like we have, okay, let's not mess anything up. Store this inside the string so we know we are safe, right? So yeah, that's basically it for now. We'll be going into the back end, and then we would if we're going, so yeah, you can see that this is the URL endpoint. If you like, we can add the URL endpoint to it, right? So we can but it's here, we can just copy, you can just take this one, sorry, you can just go up a bit, take this one and copy, and then use it if we want to, right? So yeah, you okay, let's just do it. Or it's not necessary right now, we will do it. Just and you're just going to have to wait for the next video. So as you can see, yeah, the documentation is here and how everything works. Okay, so yeah, hopefully in the next video we would be implementing it from the back end, and then we'll come and integrate it into the front end, so you understand how everything comes together. All right, yeah, see you in the next video. All right, so we all know that we've been able to set up the chat page, right? We all know that we have the chat page looking all sleek and clean. All right, now like I said before, I want us to be able to work on this part, like being able to add images for your AI to analyze that. And in the previous video we were able to come to this site, the image kit, to basically set up our server, right? Sorry, to basically set up our image kit for us to, you know, set up the picture uploads, right? The image uploads. Now in this video we are just going to, you know, set up our server, because we need both the client and the server setup of the image kit package for us to be able to actually fully upload our images, right? Okay, but for this particular video you are going to look at how to actually set up our server, because, you know, I don't want us to overdo things. Okay, move one step at a time so everyone understands what is definitely going on. All right, so let's not waste too much time and let's just get to it. So as you can see, I just minimized, or I just collapsed the front end folder here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just maximize this, right? Because for our server we want to have, you know, full control of whatever we're working with over here, right? So what we can do is I can just split the terminal here. Okay, and then you see inside your server, before you get into it, right, you can see that I had created two folders here. I had created a backend and a front end. If you go into other people's code bases, usually you see server, client, sometimes you see API front end or API client type thing, right? And so I mean be expecting any of those. Okay, so don't worry. So what we're going to do is we want to make sure that we are inside the server folder. Okay, so I can just change my directory to the backend, and then I can clear that. Okay, then right after I want to make sure I start with my npm init. Okay, so the npm init is what is going to allow us to install certain packages or certain modules. Okay, so npm init has been initialized here. All right, then right after we have this, right, what we want to do is we want to quickly create our server.js, right, or index.js. So you just use index.js. So touch index.js, you can see that we have the file there, right? Now there are a bunch of packages that we need. Okay, first of all, we need Express, we need nodemon, and we need yeah, I think Express, nodemon, course, and a bunch of other things. But let's just start with this first. So let's just install Express and nodemon first. Okay, so so they are basically getting installed. Okay, over here you can start by first initializing, or getting our Express application. So we require that from Express. Okay, so we require Express from Express, and then we would initialize Express and store it in an app. Okay, then now that it's inside this app, we want to listen. So app.listen. So we want to listen to a port, right? To a port number. And then after that, we want to make sure that we are coming out with like a function that says what, something like server is running on localhost. So server is running on http localhost 8080, right? But I mean, I would want to make this dynamic, since sometimes it's not always stable like that. So yeah, it's not always static like that. So I'll just replace this with a port, right? And then we will just set up this variable. So I'll just come here and say const ports should be equal to, so we can take the port from our process.env port. Okay, and if that port doesn't exist, go to 8081. Okay, so yeah, so that is basically it. In order for us to be able to use our env, I mean, what we could do is, if I come here, right, if I come here to my backend, and then I create an env file like this. Okay, let's make sure we have our git ignore, so that we do not commit our env files into our repositories. Okay, you're supposed to keep secret keys and stuff, right? So then I'll just add .env, and then you should take that out for us. Okay, nicely done. Right, so if I come here and then I say port, and I equate it to 8080, I just equated a port to 8080, then we'll run this. Okay, but we can't run it yet, because we need to set up our package.json. So we just set up our start script, that whenever we say npm start or npm run start, right, we want to run something. So we can say, let's first of all do it node. So node index.js, right? So you can see, so node index.js. Now if you run npm start, you realize that it will just come once, and if we make changes, so if we make changes here, see, we don't see the change. Okay, now in order for us to be able to fix that, that's why we installed nodemon. Okay, so we'll just go back here. We've already installed nodemon, so we'll just change this to nodemon, and then when we run npm start, we should see that whenever we make any change, we should see the difference appear. Okay, So you can see that the difference is just appearing straight ahead, right? But as you can see here, we are still getting this whole 8081 thing, right? And then we want, but like that's obviously because we are not accessing whatever is inside our env file. Okay, so in order for us to be able to access our env file, apparently I learned that we could do this, and then so just say env, right, with a hyphen and then file, then .env. Okay, then after we are done with that, what we are going to have to do is, since this one is running this particular script, right, and not this script, we would have to end this and then run it again so that it runs the new script. And as you can see, we are accessing port 8080, which is here. Okay, that is something new you can add to your stuff, your books, your mind in your next project, basically, without the .env module. Okay, so now that we know and understand how to actually set up our backend server, I'll just leave it here for now. Okay, but inside the next video, where we would like solely be focusing on the image upload, you'd realize that we already have what is it, yeah, we already have this sort of like a template backend code that we could just, yeah, I think it should be somewhere around here, setting up the backend. Yeah, it's this template backend code that we have. We can just copy this and then use it inside. For example, you can just take this, right, you can just take this and then paste it inside the code over here. Okay, and then since we know that we need a certain package called image kit, we just come in and install our image kit, right? But let's not rush our our ties or something. I'm trying to find like a good proverb for this, but I don't know. But yeah, you get it. So I want to make sure that we can keep track of the changes that we are making. So in this video, I just wanted to teach those who are actually new to this how to set up their backend or their servers, right? Then right after here, the next video, we'll just move on to actually implementing the image upload. Okay, and then yeah, once you're able to work with that, everyone would understand the different sessions or different parts of the video, and then yeah, we would all be happy, and we'll get our projects done in time with full understanding of whatever we are working with, right? So I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Right, so this is where we were the other time. I just copied and pasted some part of the documentation of image kit, and then I had put it here, and I basically mentioned that I wanted us to understand how to set up our backend and the server and this whole other thing, right, before we actually start handling our images, right? So I want us to understand that this particular part that we have, this part is going to be the first part of handling the images, because it seems like quite a little bit of a long process, and I realized a lot of us are a little bit of or a lot of us are beginners, so why don't I take things little by little. Okay, so let's just handle the first part, and then in the next part we'll handle the in-depth or advanced way of manipulating these images to fit your project structure, right? So yeah, let's just start. So for this one, it's asking us, as you can see here, we are basically importing image kits, right? That was the imports that we did the other time. So the image kit, what we need to do is need to make sure that we are importing, or we've installed it, right? Or else we start getting errors. So for that, I'll just cd into the back end. After splitting the terminal, I'll just cd into the back end. I can clear it so it looks more clear, and then I can just say my npmi, and then I'll hit enter. We should get our image kit. Alright, so now that we have this, what we are going to do is we need to go to our dashboard in image kit, and then we are going to get our details from there, right? So in order for us to get the API keys, especially the URL and endpoint and the other things, right, what we are going to do is when you open up your image kit and you sign in or you sign out, get to your dashboard. Over here you need to click on the developer options, and then you come here. Okay, then you can now come and copy the link. Okay, then once you copy the link, you need to go to your env. All right, you need to go to your env, and then inside your env we are quickly going to set up a few things, right? A few variables. Now, what is the first variable? The first variable is going to be image kit endpoint. Okay, so image kit endpoint, and then we're basically going to set that to this, and then the second variable is going to be image kit, right, public key. Okay, so image kit public key. Okay, image kit public key, and then as you can see, I'm not leaving any spaces. All right, make sure you note that. So image kit public key, and then for the public key we are going to take it from here, and then we'll paste it here. All right, and then here we'll just continue and say image kit what private key. Okay, then inside we would have to come here and then copy it. But how do we copy our private keys? You're going to be asked to enter your password whenever you try to copy it, right? So you just enter your password. In case you freshly created your account, what you're going to have to do is they'll tell you to set a password. That is if you use social logins or social sign up, right? So yeah, I have already set the password, and I've used it, so I can just copy it straight and just paste it here. All right, so it's here now. Now that we have everything all set up over here, what we are going to do is I'm going to quickly copy this first part, and then we'll go here, and then let me just bring this one to the side. So over here, what we can do is I'll just use my process .env and I'll just paste that, and then I'll copy this whole thing and then come and paste it here as well. Oh no, copy it, come and paste it here. Alright, so paste it here, and then I'll paste this one to here. Alright, then what we are going to do is you need to just go back and copy this, and then I'll hold alt, copy this one too as well, and then I'll just do my Control C, and then I'll select this one, hold alt again to select this one, and then I'll just paste. Alright, as you can see, they have all been pasted. Right, now that we have this all set up, we need to make sure that whenever we try to make a request from our front end to our back end, it allows the request. Right now, I was thinking that this was supposed to help us do that, but after I tested, I realized that I don't know, for some reason I've not really searched up on this whole thing here, but my speculation is it was just set up so we can allow requests from image kits. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know how true this is though, but yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so something is wrong. How come I have image kits here? I see what is wrong. Yeah, so I'll just take this thing off, paste it here. Alright, so yeah, that was what I was thinking. So in order for us to be able to allow cross origin requests from our backend, between our backend and our front end, what we are going to have to do is we are going to have to install a package called course. Okay, so npm I course. Then while course is being installed, we just come here, and then we would say const course, and then course is going to be what? Course is going to be what? It's going to be require course. All right, okay, so we just required course here nicely. All right, so what we are going to do is right under this comment, because I mean the best looks good here, we just say app.use, then inside we use the origin here. So for the origin we set that to process.env dot what, then we can set that to a client, you set that to our client URL. Right now, the reason why we are using this client URL as an env is because we want to be able to dynamically change it like anytime, right? We want to be able to manually change it anytime without having to actually touch the code base, right? So we can just take this, go to our env, and then we'll just come and set up this, and then yeah, so for our front end URL, what we are going to do is it's going to be http localhost 5173, right? You can see it right around here, or I'll just show you. So it's going to be localhost 5173, and so yeah, localhost. Okay, so how did we know? You can see here, this is where we are going to be making the request from, right? So if you deploy your application, you change it to wherever you've hosted your front-end application, so you change the client URL to that. All right, now that we understand how things are rolling here, okay, what do we want to do next? We want to now move on to the front end. Now, as you can see here in the front end, I have already created a folder here called upload. Okay, so in this folder we are going to create this upload folder inside our components folder here. Then what we are going to do is inside this upload folder we'll create an upload file. So I'll just say upload.jsx. okay, so inside upload.jsx I'll just say RAFCE. all right, so RAFCE. Then what I'll do is I'll come here, right, and then we are going to copy and paste a bunch of stuff. So let's not go through that long hassle, and let's just go straight to the point by just copying all this. So from here to here, right, copy this and paste it here. Okay, so as you can see we have a bunch of functions and stuff over here. So for this particular public key that we want to set up inside our front end, we are going to have to do it inside our env. So for our env, what we are going to do is, you can see that we already have image-kit public key here, because we want to maintain because we want to maintain the consistency in the variable naming. We'll just copy that vit prefix, and then we just paste it here, right? Okay, now that it's here, what we are going to do is we need the public key, and then we need the endpoint. Okay, so we just take this same vit prefix, prefix, right, and then we come up with the image kit, right? We come up with the image kit, then endpoint. So image kit endpoint. So image kit endpoint. Okay, and yeah, like I said before, make sure there are no spaces, right? Then for the endpoint we just need to go back here, copy this bad boy, and then come and paste over here, right? All right, so now that we have this, let me quickly just copy this first one here. Okay, then I'll go to upload component here, and because this is vit, so we don't have to use process. What we use is import. So we use the import statement. We use meta.env, then we paste this, right? Right after we've been able to do this, what we are going to do is I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. All right, and right after doing that, we need to go here and then take this variable name that we have, then replace it for the endpoint here. Okay, nicely done. All right, we are doing pretty good here. All right, so now that we've been able to set up the env for both the public key and the URL endpoint, what we have to do is you have to set up these bad boys to match our back end here. Now, as you can see, the endpoints that we are trying to fetch here, we are going to have to set it up over here. Okay, so here what we do is we just come and say so if we go to say localhost, if we go to localhost 88, like localhost 8080 straight like that, we should be able to access this. But come on, we can't just work like that or else there will be chaos. All right, so let's just set up our extra routes. So just say API v1, then we say upload, right? So whenever we go to this particular route, we should be able to handle this. Okay, so over here we just set that towards port 8080 as usual. It looks like, let me check, make sure everything is working well. It says app.use requires a middleware function. Let's check what is going on. It says app.use requires a middleware function. Where, oh no, where is it talking about? It says, okay, I'm still not seeing. Let's look through the code. So this is yeah, I forgot. So for this one, I just realized that we just set the origin without actually setting up the course package. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, so it has to be like this, right? So you realize that when we come here, it should be running. Okay, so yeah, we've been able to set this up, and then we've been able to set up our routes, right? Our get route here for our image upload, right? So over here we just say localhost 8080, since that's what we are using in our port, and then we specified that the endpoint is API v1 slash upload. Okay, then now that we've been able to set this up, we should be able to manipulate our images however we want. Okay, so let's come down here. You can see that we have like a bunch of functions here that we are not using. So in order for us to be able to start using them, we are going to just scroll up a bit, right? For the meantime, I'm going to scroll up a bit, and then we'll just copy this context part, this one here, right? And then what we'll do here is we'll come here and then replace these bad boys with, oh come on, we'll come here and then replace these bad boys with a bracket, right? And then some empty fragments, and then we just pass in our context. We can just clean this part right here, and we are going to need to pass in a few things. Now as you can see, ImageKit allows us to get handle an on error, like in case we experience an error, helps us to handle an success, and then also helps us to handle like whenever the upload is starting, and also the progress values of like the images, like if it's uploading the progress, just like how we see in most of the popular applications, right? We're able to track all these things, right? So we need to be able to set it up over here. Now these are the only two functions that are left, so let's just say on upload progress, we set it towards on upload progress, and then we take the on upload starts, and then we set it to what, on upload starts, right? Now that we have both of these bad boys out here working like how we want them to work, what are we going to do next, right? So what we are going to do is we need to make sure that each and every file name that we pass through, or each and every file that we pass through our image upload component, we want to get like a unique file name for it. So for that, we are just going to say use unique file name, right? And then we're going to set that to what's true, right? Okay, so now that we have this all working, what we are going to do is we are going to go into the new prompt component here, and then we will just clean this, and then we just pass in the upload component, right? And then after that we can test. So let me quickly expand this and then do my Control Shift I to open my inspect element so I can check the console, and then I will just click on this. So after clicking on this, I should be able to select one random image, take one from the weekend, and you can see that this is the progress, and you can see that it is successful. You can see that we have the file path, we have the image kit URL here, we have the thumbnail URL, we have the URL itself, and we have the height and the width, basically the dimensions and the name. You can see that we have a whole bunch of properties that we can work with, like the progress events too, like we were able to track the progress and everything. So yeah, that is basically it for the first part of handling images using image kits in a React application. Hopefully in the next one we would take these images and then learn how to manipulate them and use them at the right places inside the application, right? So hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so I'm not really, going to make this pretty long, because this is basically the part 2 of handling images, and I think there's something going on with image kits that I don't know, it just feels a little bit unstable. I've been trying to find solutions, but I guess I might be the only one facing it though, but I don't know. Let me know the solutions in the comments in case you find it. But right now we're just going to do a little bit of some improvisations just so we can get what we're looking for. All right, so let's not waste too much time and let's just get started. So basically we have this choose file elements that we have, the file input element, and I think for that we should see that element inside our upload here. So I'm just going to hold Ctrl and click on that, and yeah, so we should see this, right? Basically what we want to do in this video is we want to take this choose file here, and then we want to replace it with our label, the one that we created in the previous episodes, right? And we want to make sure that once we get the images that we have uploaded to image kit, we want to make sure that we display the image here, right? So how are we going to do that? Okay, it's going to be pretty simple. So what we are going to do is we are first of all going to go to the new prompt, right? So when we go to the new prompt, you see over here we get the image, like we get the image appears here, or we get it here, right? So how do we make sure that it appears around here? Let's start with that first. So first of all, I want us to create a use state that is going to store the image data. All right, so I'll just say const image set image, and then I would equate it to use state use states. Okay, so this use state is supposed to come from the top. I don't know why it's coming right around this side, so I'll just delete this, cut it out. Yeah, so we have this. Now inside this we're going to create like an object state, right? So you're going to say it's loading sorry about that. It's loading, then we're going to look for an error message, and then I'm going to look for the data right from there. So the data is going to be an object, and I think right from there we have the image is loading, right? So over here we're going to first of all check for whether the image is loading. Okay, but we are not going to check that for now. Let's just pass let's first of all pass the image here. So I'll say this set image, and then I'll set image to this one. So once we've been able to pass it here, all we have to do is go here and then receive it as a prop. Okay, so take set image, it has to be set image. Okay, then after taking this set image, what we are going to do is we are going to basically going to say that anytime that these, okay, let's copy this first, right? Let's copy all these functions, let's cut them out and then paste them here. They were supposed to be here. So you're going to say that basically sorry, when we get these images in all these states, right, what do we want to do with the data that is coming out, right, the ones that we are logging out? So first of all, we want to say that let's take this set image, right, and then we want to say that inside the set image we take the previous we take the previous stuff that is inside, right? Create this object. So we are going to set it with like a bunch of new values. Okay, so we say take everything that already exists, right, and then set only is loading to be what? True. Okay, so take everything that already exists and then set is loading to be true. And then for the on success here, so once the upload starts, you realize that its loading becomes true, and when the image has been uploaded successfully, you realize that its loading has to be set to false. So for that, what we can do is I'll just quickly copy this and come and paste it here, and then we have its loading to be set to be false. Then we add the db data and then we make that res. Okay, so this is db data res. Okay, so we have these all worked out, nice and clean. They're all doing good on their side. Okay, now that we have that all working out for us, what we want to do is we want to come back and basically take the data that we are receiving, right? This image that we receive or we set into it, right? The db data here, I want to take it and then display it right around here, right? So how are we going to do that? We're going to do that by first of all saying, okay, now check if the image, right, contains what? The db data, right? And if it contains the db data, which is the image that has been uploaded successfully, take the file path, right? Check for the file path. Does the file path exist? If it does exist, I need you to render this image kit image. So I'll just say image kit image. Yeah, good. Then here I'll say URL endpoint. Then for the URL endpoint, I'll just have to import this. So I'll say import .meta .env then we'll just go for the env of vits image endpoint. Okay, so I'll just copy this. Okay, so we have the vit image endpoint, and then I want to make sure that when the image is displayed, you want to take the path, right? It's already in the documentation, so you don't have to worry about that. We just take the path of the image and then display it. Okay, so Nice. So I'm going to quickly test this out. Okay, but before we do that, let's check for loading, right? So let's say in case the s loading is set to true, right? In case it's set to true, what we want to do is we want to say what? Let's render a div. Let's render a div. I want to, okay, yeah. Let's render a div that says what? Loading, right? For the meantime. Okay, don't worry. And then dot dot dot. So let's render a div that says loading, and in case it's done loading, then we just display the image, or in case this image db data file path is available, we'll just display the image, right? Okay, so let's quickly test it, right? What we are going to do is I'm quickly going to come here. Let's refresh the page. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to use the Google to log in. So we are back, and I'll select a chat. So let's select the chat. Alright, so over here I'll just click on this, and I'll just click on a random image. It's supposed to show up here. Okay, it didn't show up. Let's find out what is wrong. It says okay, the object has come out, and okay, looking at the object, let's check. Okay, it says file path. So I guess we're going to have to change this to file path, and then change this to capital P2 as well. So capital P for the path, capital P for the path, and then I think when we scroll down we should see the changes. Right, so you can see that the image has been displayed here, but like if you remember what I said before at the beginning of the video, I remember I mentioned that I don't know where this error is coming from. Like maybe it might be some instability from ImageKit, I don't know. But if you think you have the solutions, please let me know in the comments, right? Then we'll check it out. So basically, I don't know, according to the documentation, it says that we need the URL endpoint and then the path, right? But I pass in the URL endpoint and the path, and then we see this. So I've tried to find out the solution to this particular problem or this issue, but I don't know, unfortunately I'm not seeing it anywhere, and AI2 isn't also able to help. So I tried something, so it's saying some SRC something, right? So I tried checking for maybe some SRC property, and then I took the SRC object key or value from the image. So I'll just say image dot db data, and then I took the URL, right? I took the URL of the object, so you can see the URL here, and then I tried applying it. So let's test it out, right? I tried applying it here to see maybe that was the issue. Yeah, okay, so it's loading up, but still it just kept showing up and anything. So with that, I couldn't, I don't know, but it looks like when this error exists, you can't really change the width of your images. Like you can't change the width of your images to any size. You can't manipulate your image in any type of way, right? And so that is messed up. So because of that, I think we are going to have to handle everything by ourselves by hand, like everything manually. That is, we are going to have to assign a class name to the image, and then we are going to have to style it on our own type thing, right? So let's not waste too much time. Okay, so now that we have the image to be able to be displayed here, what we are going to do is you're just going to add the class name. Right, so we'll take the class name, and then the class name, let's name it something like an attachment image. So attachment image. So for the attachment image, I'll take that, and I'll come here. So inside the new prompt here, I'll come down to the last section, and then we are going to apply a few stylings here, right? So what are the stylings? We basically say that we need a 380 pixel width, and then we need a 380 pixel height, right? Then we make sure that object the object fit is contained. Okay, right. Now that we have this, you can see that it has been increased by size, but like it's just that this time it's a little bit manual. But it's not like we have any option. It's not like we have a choice like that though. But yeah, I guess we'll have to do it like that. So now that we've been able to work with the image and display it here, we want to replace this one with our appropriate icons or appropriate buttons. But how are we going to do that? How we're going to do that is, let me close this. Let's calm down. I think, yeah, what we are going to do is we want to make sure that inside this upload component that we have here, right? So inside this upload component, we want to make sure that we assign like a label that is the one that we were using before. We assign that label to that same spot, and then just like how we were able to do this label HTML for us to be able to use an image for our input file element, that's the same thing that we are going to do here. So the first thing is just come here and open up this curly braces, and then we open up the label, right? And then we don't need the HTML for this time, we don't need it. Then inside, what we do inside is we want to apply the image. Okay, now this image, we are going to take the path. So the path is here. We'll just cut this path out because we don't need it inside the new prompt again, and then we just paste the path here. And also let's remove this image because we are not using it anymore. So yeah, so now that we have the path to the attachment image or the attachment icon, what we'll do is I'll just clean this and then assign attachments to it. So we have attachment, and then over here I'll give it a class name of what? New form button image, right? That's because that was the class name that we had given to it inside our new prompt, right? New prompts.css. And you remember that at the beginning, at the very beginning of this series, I mentioned that it looks like our CSS seems to be clashing whenever they have the same class names, right? So as long as we have the same class name right around here, why don't we just apply them? Okay, so new form button image, you can just copy this and then paste it here, and then also do the same for here for this one, right? Then we'll copy this and then yeah, I'll paste it here. All right, so in conclusion, we've been able to set this up, all right, but there's one more issue. Even though we've been able to set this up, right, you realize that this one is still here. So for that, we just come here, apply a style to it, and then set the display property of its styling to be what? None, obviously, right? So you can see that it's gone now, but and our button is in place, but if I click on the button, nothing happens, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to use like a use ref. Okay, so let's quickly create the use ref right above here. So come here and create the ref. So just say const image kit upload, so ik upload ref, right? Then we set that to use ref, and then we set it to null, right? Set the use ref to null, And then while we have that, right, what we are going to do is we're going to come down here to the ref, and we are going to apply the ik upload ref. Okay, then once we have this working out, we are not done. We need to apply an on click here. So an on click. So yeah, this on click is basically going to be a function that allows us to access a click function inside our ref. So I'll just say what ik upload ref, then we take the current property, then we access that click function. So right, then when I click on this, it should basically bring up the file. We upload the image, and the image shows up successfully, right? So yeah, we've finally been able to work with the image upload, at least for now. And in the next video, would be working with integrating our AI APIs or our AI functionalities inside the application, right? So yeah, hopefully that should be like one of the most exciting parts that you've all been waiting for. So yeah, I just hope I'll see you in the next one. Right, bye. So basically, in this video we are not going to do too much. I want us to quickly set up our Google Gemini AI inside our front-end project, or inside the front-end part of our application. Okay, so basically we could have used OpenAI's ChatGPT, but we all know how expensive that can get, and also we don't really have enough free tiers to use at the very beginning when we use ChatGPT. And so no, we are not going to use that. A much more free option is actually Google Gemini. So we can do the Google Gemini pricing. You can go to like the pricing section, and I think we have to scroll down, I think, or I don't know, this is weird. Yeah, Google Gemini pricing. Yeah, right. Yeah, so yeah, as you can see, for the free of charge you have like a huge, range, a huge number of things to work with, especially for the fact that it is the free version. All right, and Gemini. All right, so now that we understand the things that we are supposed to work with, all right, inside our Google Gemini, let's just start. Okay, let's just start integrating our AI into our application. All right, so yeah, the first thing we want to do is we first of all want to get a public key. Okay, now we could have just come and then say something like, we could have just come and said something like Google Gemini, so Gemini API key, right? And then I'll click on this, or even this one. I'll just click on this one straightforward. It just takes us to the AI studio, and then I think you click on create new API key, and then to add, you see another create new API key here, so you just click on that and you get your new API key, and then you copy it. Then once you copy it, let me click on this one, no API key, so I'll just copy this. And then once you copy it, right, what you want to do is you want to quickly come to your front end, especially inside your env, right? And then you scroll down here, so you scroll down here, and then you say, let me squeeze it right here. Then you say that you want to say vit, let's remember capital, So Vite Gemini public key. Vite Gemini public key. So we have the Vite Gemini public key. I'll just paste that. If you like to, we can put that inside our string literals. So you can see that it's here. All right. Now that we've been able to add the public key, you can see that I have created a new folder here called libs or library. Right now, the library folder is the places where you keep, the external or the like other people's applications. Maybe you need the API keys to run them, like for example the Gemini thing that we are setting up here, right? So inside here, what we are going to do is just going to create like a new file and name it gemini.js. okay, so inside gemini.js, what we can do is we can come here. All right, I already opened it up here, but how I was able to get this was I came to search. I was like Gemini API Node.js, you see, right? And then you just click on the first one and then you select Node.js, and then you are quick to go. So yeah, let's just I think when you come, you just scroll down, right? You scroll down and then let's select this one. We need just this one, right? We need just this one. But before that, you can see that it's telling us to import a couple of things, right? I think it's this one. So let's just copy this and then I'll just split the terminal here. I'll cd into the front end and then I'll just paste and then I'll add the force flag. Remember, we are using React 19. all right, okay, so we have the force flag attached to this and it is working like how we want it to work, right? It has been able to get installed. I can just close this so we can have space inside our terminal. Then right after working with this, what we are going to do is I'm just going to copy this, then paste. I can just uncomment this real quick. We all know that we are using Vite, so we just change this to import .meta .env, right? Then we'll come here, copy the name, and then we'll go back and put the name here, right? Then right after doing this, there's one more thing that we need to set up, that is the settings. All right, so like that's like for safety and stuff, right? So now for us to be able to work out the safety thing, you're going to come to the safety settings here and then we scroll down, and for the Node.js we just come here and then quickly copy this safety settings. So you just come here, copy the safety settings, paste it here, and then over here we just export. So export model, yeah. And now that we are exported a model, we want to make sure that this model is using the safety settings. So we'll come here and then we'll pass the safety settings here. All right, yeah, that's it. So yeah, I mean that's all. So yeah, so that's all for setting up our Google Gemini inside our React 19 project. And in the next video, we're going to be taking this package that we've been able to set up, right? This function that we've been able to set up. We're going to take this package and then we're going to set up the answer generation, right? So using our Gemini API. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey. Today, in this episode, I want us to be able to input text and then get our answers from our AI chatbot. Alright, so in order for us to be able to test it, let me try out a few examples of what I'm talking about. So we can ask a question, say, write me a short story about a little boy who lives in a car. Okay, then I hit enter. Now after hitting enter, we just wait a bit and you can see that this is the story that we are getting. We can ask for factual information. What is H2O? And then we should get our answer too as well. This is what we are going to be handling in this video. So sit back, relax, and let's just get it started. Alright, so I quickly want us to be able to implement the text generation for us inside the application. I want us to be able to make sure that you can type in your prompt and then at the end of the day get the answers that you're looking for. So let's not waste too much time and just get straight to it. Alright, so first of all, what we want to do is I want us to set up our Gemini, of which we did in the previous video, but I think I missed one part, that is for us to import these things, right? So how do we import them? I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to copy this as well. I'll select with my alt and then I'll just paste it here, or I can just select one and paste it because I don't want the layout to be destroyed. I'll just select. Okay, it's still destroyed anyways. Okay, I don't know, it looks like this one it doesn't seem to have been installed, so let me try installing it again, or let's check the package.json. Okay, it's not here. Well, that's weird. Let's install it. So say npm I force. Okay, so it has been installed basically. Now that we have it installed and we've been able to import everything that we have to import, okay, I guess we can now move on to the main project. Okay, so for the main project, in order for us to be able to get started, we need a function. Okay, and then this function is what we are going to call the run prompt. So we are going to start the function by first naming it. So I'll come here and then I'll say const run prompt. Okay, so run prompt is going to be an asynchronous function, obviously. Okay, then inside here we are basically going to create it. We are just going to make the function empty, right? So we have this run prompt here. Now how do we make sure that we are using our Gemini? Like, how do we log out the text or the answers? Let's quickly open up the browser and go to, okay, so you can see here, when you open up your Gemini API docs, right, you come to the text generation and then you can select this. Okay, so Node.js, then we come down. So here we can just copy just this side, copy just this one, right? And then once we copy that, we can come here and just paste it, right? So as you can see, this is a pre-made prompt, and then after that prompt we can just console log the results, right? But how do we test this out? Let's test this out by first of all bringing a button, and then this button we're just going to say test AI. Okay, then we just pass an on click, and then this on click is going to run the run prompt function, right? Then now that we have this, let's go back into our application. I'm going to click on this, and then I'll just hold Control Shift I to open my my inspect elements tab here. So now that it's here, I just hit Okay, it says model is not defined. Yeah, that's very true. The model is not defined. Let's go here and then define the model. So the model is supposed to be coming from our library, right? But it looks like we are not able to import it directly. Yes, which we're supposed to have been able to do, but I don't know, for some weird reason. So in order for us to be able to do that, let's import the model. We import it from what? Library, or the libraries. So libs, right? And then Gemini. Okay, so now that we have the model here, we should be able to generate the prompt. Okay, all right, so let me quickly refresh the page. Okay, then we can test AI. I just clicked on it, so you're just going to have to wait a bit, and then you can see that the response has been given to us. All right, this is cool. All right, so now we know that we can get the answers from the AI, right? But we need to be able to find a way of making the inputs dynamic, right? So in order for us to make it dynamic, we need to replace this prompt with something that we can actually work with. Now, how we are going to do this is, you realize that the place where we are receiving all these prompts is a form, right? So for this form, let's pass a certain function. So here we can say on submit, and then we pass the handle submit function as popularly used. So I'll just copy this, and then I'll come right under here, and I'll say const, I'll paste that, right? And let's make this an asynchronous function. Alright, so we have this handle submit. Alright, we have this handle submit, the asynchronous yeah, and then we want to make sure that whenever we submit our prompt, we don't want to refresh the page, right? So if we don't want to refresh the page, we're just going to say prevent default. Okay, so prevent default helps us not refresh the page. That is one. Okay, and once we've been able to work on that, we need to be able to get the text that we are getting from our input, right? So how do we do that? We are going to be doing that by, first of all, giving our input here a name. So we can say this name is going to be text, right? So text. Now that we've been able to do that, let's create a variable here called text. Okay, so a variable here called text, or prompts, text or prompt. I mean, let's just maintain text. All right, so now that we have text here, right, you want to call this the target. So event dot target dot what dot, then you write the name, so the name on the element, so text. If the name was prompt, right, if you like, let's change it, let's make it prompt. So prompt here. Okay, and then prompt, we change this to prompt, right? Then value. Okay, so now that we have this, right, whatever we type in here is stored in here. Okay, now we need to check, right? We need to check if there is no text, right? If there is no text and we are trying to submit something, what should happen? Nothing. Let's just return nothing. All right, that is in case there's no text and you're still trying to submit the form, right? But if in case there is text, right, what do we want to do? We want to make sure that we run the prompt, and then we get the answers, and then we display it on the screen, right, or on the website, right? So for that, we just use the run prompt function, and then we pass the text in. Now, as you can see, we are passing text inside the run prompt function, right? But where is this text going to? We are first of all going to say that this text is going to pass through here, the parameter here, right? Then then after the text passes through this parameter, we want to pass it here, right? So instead of passing the prompt, you're going to pass the text inside the generate content, so that whatever prompt or whatever question that we ask, we can just get the answer for it straight. Okay. Now that we've been able to set this up, we still want to be able to display the question and the answers, right? So for that, what we can do is I can create two use states for questions and answers. So I can say const questions set question. So const question set question, and then we give it a use state and then an empty string, and then for the answer, say const answer set answer, right? Then for that, we give it what? We'll give it a use state. Alright, so now that we have both of these use states, let's not waste too much time. Let us go back into this run prompt here, and then let's just set the question. So we'll set question to text. Alright, okay, then after the answer is gotten, we just remove this console log and then set the answer to the response, right? Okay, so we have this working now. Okay, now that we have it working, we want to be able to display the questions and answers on the screen, right, like I mentioned. So in order for us to be able to do that, let's use our conditional rendering. So for the question here, in case there's a question text, or in case question exists, we want to make sure that we are passing a div, right? So we can just open this up, and then the div, we pass in the div, and then this div is going to contain what? The question, right? So div, so question, right? So it's going to contain the question. And we remember that for the when we were given the class names to style them inside our chat application, we realized that we had this message user type of thing, right? Now, since this is the question, this is going to be message user, right? And then for the answer, so for the answer, we just have to set the just have to remove the user here, and then this should be the answer. Okay, all right, so yeah, so basically now that we have both of these bad boys working, right, we would want to try it out. Okay, I want us to apply certain stylings first. Okay, I want us to apply certain stylings first, but before we do that, let's just test it and make sure that it's working. Then after that, we just apply the stylings. All right, so let's come here. Okay, yeah, let's remove this button. Remove the button real quick. All right, what was the button here? It's here. So can get back into the application, and you can enter a prompt. You can be like, who are you? Well, let's refresh the page first. So who are you? Okay, and then wait a bit, and then you can see that we have the answer here, nice and jumbled up. So how are we going to fix this, right? It's all jumbled up. Come on, how are we going to fix it? So how you're going to be able to fix this is we are going to use a package called React Markdown, right? Because as you can see, we have all these star like these asterisk stuff, like for this whole styling thing, right? Now that we understand what is going on here, right, let's get back into the project and then use a React Markdown as I suggested. So I'll just say npm I React Markdown, right? So React Markdown, don't forget to add your force. So React Markdown is going to install successfully. So once it's done installing, what we'll do is we just import the Markdown component. So Markdown from React Markdown, right? So we have this Markdown from React Markdown. What we are going to be doing is we'll just wrap it around, right? So wrap it around this bad boy here. So Markdown, okay, it's a kind of a mistake here. Okay, so basically you realize that we've wrapped the Markdown around the answer here, right? So if we go back into the application, you realize that everything has been, formatted and anything like that. You feel me? And as you can see, whenever we get the answer, whenever we submit a question, the screen doesn't scroll or the page doesn't scroll. We'll fix that, don't worry. In order for us to be able to fix it, we just get to it. But as you can see over here, the text seems to be quite jumbled up, right? But how are we going to fix that? We're going to fix that by, first of all, applying a few stylings to lists and paragraphs, right? But before we even get to that side, or at the same time while we are trying to achieve this, you realize that there's some space over here that we don't want to have. So let's go to the chat.css and apply some stylings. So over here we'll go to chat.css, and inside the chat here we would apply the gap 20. So gap 20, and then right under here we apply the paragraph and the lists, and then for the paragraph and list you say we want what, 10 pixels up and down, and then 0 pixels left and right. Okay, so now that we have now that we've been able to write this out, you can see that the gap has been placed nicely over here, and then you can see that now we are seeing distinctions between the texts that we have in our answers. Okay, now we've been able to set this up successfully. All right, that is all cool, that is all good, but at the end of the day we want to be able to make sure that whenever we submit a new question, the screen or the page rules, right? So that is going to be quite an easy fix, right? How is it an easy fix? We just go to the use effects here, right? And then we make sure that this thing runs anytime there's a new question, anytime there's an answer, or there's an image. Okay, so yeah, we can quickly just test it out one more time. So give me, or hello, or no, let me see. I'm trying to find something. Write me a 5-second essay about yourself. Okay, so you can see that the screen just scroll down, and then we can ask another question and be like, how, or give me examples of some of the things you can do, and then you realize it will give the answer and it just scrolls down, right? This is great. So we've been able to set this up. Of course it's not 100% complete, but I want us to make sure that inside the next video we can basically process images and also come up with our answers through them as well. Right, so yes, hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Bye. So in this video we should be able to send images over to our AI, and then we should get answers for the prompts that we ask it to do, right? So we can quickly put this image here, and then we can ask, okay, so I'm trying to upload an image of a basketball player, and I can ask, what is this, right? And then it should give us the answer that we're looking for, right? So right now you can see that the image is loading. Once the image is done loading, we should be able to ask our question, right? So okay, so this is the image, right? So we can just hit enter, and then we'll get the answer for what we're looking for. Okay, so after a while, okay, so you can see that it says this is a photo of a man holding a basketball. He is wearing a basketball jersey and has a tattoo on his arm. Okay, so we can try this again with another photo and say, so you can see that the photo is being uploaded, and we can ask, what do we do here? So you can ask, what do we do here, right? Let's scroll down. Ask, what do we do here? So just hit enter. So you can see that it says this is a picture of a bookstore. There are shelves full of books and some books are on the floor. The picture is likely taken from a perspective of a customer browsing the books. Right, so yeah, that is basically what we're supposed to be doing in this video. So let's not waste too much time and just get to it. Alright, so right now we know that we can work with text inside our application. Hey, what is your name? Your name. And we'll get an answer from that, right? So yeah, now that we have been able to work with text, I want us to quickly work on the image recognition feature. I mean, that's why we have this. So in order for us to be able to work with the image recognition feature, let's not do much, and let's first of all go to the documentation, right? So this is the documentation that we have here, and now as you can see inside this doc, yeah, I mean, yeah, before we were here, so yeah, all we have to do is just scroll down, so you can see that generate text from text image input. That's what you are going to have to look at over here, right? So basically you see this whole function here, right? What we are trying to do is we are basically trying to take the original file that we are trying to upload, right? And then we take the the object part of that, the part of it where Google Gemini can recognize, right? So if this, like for example this one, right, we'll take that part of it and then we'll send it to the Gemini API, and it will basically convert it into whatever it converts it to, reads it, and then will provide us, it will give us an output, right? That is basically what we're going to be doing. So nothing really complicated. We are really going to move fast in this one. So first of all, what we need to understand here is this is not React. This is actually a Node.js application, right? But we would want to convert this whole thing to React. Okay, now you can try to do that with your own Gemini that you built over here, right? You can try to do that here, right? But you know, let's not waste too much time and let's just get to it. All right, so first of all, I'll just copy this function here, right? Yeah, we can copy this function and we can come here and say we can say something like, I need to convert this to React, and then you see something. So basically, so as you can see, we are first of all getting this file, right? And then you can see that we are having something like an inline data here, and then you can see that we are working with a file reader, right? So I mean, that's basically what we're supposed to be working with, right? So let's not waste too much time. What we can quickly do is we can copy this one, right? Let's copy this one, okay? And then we'll make like some small changes to fit our project, okay? So I don't know the results that Gemini is going to give you in your application, but in case Gemini doesn't give you something that you really understand, you can just ignore that and just follow the project, all right? So we can come here and we'll go to the upload here, and then over here we can just paste this. Okay, now we once we have this thing, right, we are going to change a few things, right? Now what are we going to change? First of all, we are going to store a few things. So let's first of all start by creating a file variable. So const file, and then inside this file variable we are going to take the evt dot target dot files, and then we are going to take the first file. Okay, so once we have this, what are we going to do next? We are going to take this reader and store it. So we take this reader and then we create a new file reader here, okay? And then this place we can make it on load end, okay, right? Then right after that, we don't need this. Okay, we don't need this. And just take this off as well. And then for this particular place, this particular place especially, let's just so we don't get confused, let me just clean this, okay? Then inside the onload end and then the function that we are having, what we'll do is we'll take the set image that we have, right? So first of all, we want to maintain everything that is inside it, okay? We want to take everything that is inside it, maintain it, and then change a few things. So as usual, we want to take the is loading. Okay, let's not waste too much time. We can just copy this and then paste it here, right? Then we just do the extra changes. So what is the extra change? The extra change is you're going to pass a new um, object here, or object key here, which is AI data, and then right inside it we are going to set the right inside it you are going to set the inline data. Okay, so we are going to set the inline data that you saw that we have there, right? Okay, so this inline data is going to be what? It's going to have this data key, right? Because if we go back, you see data and mean type, right? So let's go back to the project. So data, and then this data is going to be the reader dot results dot split, all right? And then we have the brackets. We are basically going to split the results and then take the second part of this result, which that's what ChatGPT, sorry, that's what Gemini is looking for. I don't know why I keep saying ChatGPT, but yeah, guess we keep using it more than everything else. So yeah, then we have the mean type here. Then over here we are going to just set it to the file type. All right, so file dot type. Okay, so now that we have this all set up, and we've been able to set it up like almost like how Gemini AI gave it to us, right? What we are going to quickly do is we are going to go to the new prompt. Right now, you realize that we added a new field here, so we need to make sure that that field is available. Right, let's make sure it is available over here by adding it. So AI data, and then an empty object. So now it's available. Okay, now we've been able to set this up, right? But we need to make sure that uh, AI generation or results generation function from the AI actually recognizes that we are trying to pass in an image, right? Now, but before we passing the image, we want to check, or before we passing the input, we want to check for a few things. Now, we want to check whether we are passing in both an image and a text. But if you are not passing in both an image and a text, we just send only the text, right? Now, how do we make sure that we do those checks? We can use the object entries. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Now, inside this side, what we are going to do is we'll take this object.entries here, right? And then we'll open up this quick bracket here, right? And then we'll take the image dot what? We take the image dot AI data. Okay, then we are basically going to close this and take the length of this. Okay, take the length of this, and then we will come here, take the image dot AI data and the text, right? Right, so that means if there's an image available, we take the image data and the text. But if there isn't, we just take the text, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, we want to make sure that after the result has been generated, we are cleaning up the set image object, right? So set image, have to clean it up. So we'll do that by taking, so basically we just come here and then come and copy this, right? So copy this, and we'll paste it. Okay, so let's go ahead and test image generation or image recognition. So for that, we'll go open this browser, can refresh the browser real quick, and then I'll just select one random image out of the downloads. So let's pick this one with the box. Then I'll say what is this? Okay, so as you can see, it has given us the answer. This is a photo of a bookstore. There are shelves full of books and a few books on the floor, right? Quite simple and impressive. We can try again with another photo. So like I have this other photo. I think we can take this man in the basketball. Okay, so the image is loading. Okay, so we can see that we have a man holding the basketball, right? Now I want us to basically ask that, what do you think he is about to do? Okay, then we just send. Okay, okay. So you can see that our image recognition basically is working like how we expect it to. But as you can see, the way we keep having to work with this, it seems a little too inefficient. Like it seems a little bit inefficient. So the next thing that we want to be able to work on is this typing animation, that when you search for something in any of these AI apps or AI web apps, the way they make the AI type it out, right? Because like it's like you have to wait for everything to load up at once, right? Which might not be what you might be looking for exactly. So we want to create like this typing animation whilst like all the things come out word by word, right? So in order for us to be able to do that and not confuse ourselves, I'm moving that into the next episode, right? And then at the end of the day, we would be storing all of these responses inside a database so that regardless of wherever we are, we can still retrieve them. All right. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey, so in this episode, I want us to quickly work on the the effects that occurs, especially when we ask our AI chatbots to provide answers to us, right? So instead of waiting for 5 seconds, 10 seconds before you can get your full answer, why don't we just create this typing animation so that the answer just comes little by little till we get it to full, right? So in order for us to be able to create or test this functionality or demonstrate this functionality, let's quickly search for something. So we can say something like um, write me a folk tale, right? And then I'll just enter, and then you can see how this text displays itself, right? I can ask another question and then say something like um, uh, yeah, let's write an essay, write an essay about yourself as a primary 6 student, right? And then I hit enter, and you can see that we are getting the answer like it is being typed out. All right, so this is basically what we're doing. Remember that in the last video I mentioned that we would want to work on the AI chat streaming and basically work on that animation, right? The animation effect, the typing effect that seems to come up whenever we try to search for we try to search for stuff on our AI chatbots, right? So I mean, creating this functionality isn't anything complicated, so we are not going to waste too much time. Okay, so let's not waste too much time. The first thing that we need to do is we need to go to generate text here. Now as you can see, um I think this was the last place that we were, right? Now we are going to need two things. We are going to need this, and then we are going to need this. Okay, so um in order for us to be able to get what is going on, this one is supposed to help us sort of store our chat history so that we can keep the conversation going. We are going to work on it, but it's not really going to be our main focus today. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that at the end of the day in this video we create that effect that allows us to create this typing effect whenever our AI is providing the answers, so we do not have to wait for a very long time before we get the answers, right? So yeah, the first thing that we are going to have to make sure we do is copy this chat variable here, right? We copy this chat variable, and then we come right around here and then we paste it. Right now that it's here, what we are going to do next is, you see, we are going to scroll down. You see this side, this one, we are going to copy this, okay, and then we will paste it here. Where is it? Yeah, we'll paste it here. So just clean this and then paste this one instead, right? And then since we are trying to work on the stream, we just select that one instead. So now that we've been able to work on this, right, the next thing is we need to first of all calm down. We need to come down here and then create a variable, and so you can say AI answer, right? So this is AI answer, and then we'll store an empty string inside, right? Then we'll come down and then come and create a certain function. Okay, let's look for that function so we don't have to create it from scratch. So you can see that this is the function that is here, right? This is the function. So what we'll do is we'll just come here and then come and paste the function. Yeah, the sorry, it's not a function, it's a loop. Sorry. So we've seen the loop here, right? So we take the loop and then we come and paste it here. Now you can see that this is written for Node.js. So the only thing that we are going to have to do here is take the set answer and then set it to it, right? To set it to the AI answer instead, right? So we set to AI answer. That's the first change that we make. We'll cut this out. Then right after this chunk text has been taken, we'll take the AI answer and then we'll populate it with it, right? So we'll say AI answer, and then we want to so the AI answer we'll just add up the text to the chunk text, right? Then right after it has been able to populate itself here, we set the answer to this AI answer, and then the answer should show in our chat page, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, let's test it out. So we can come and then we come and say something like who is Michael Jackson, and then we search. Now as you can see, it is typing it out. We don't have to wait all this while before we get our answers. All right, we can also try something else and say write me an application letter. To work at your feed, right? So you can hit enter, and then you can see that the application letter came to us right, like almost immediately. All right, so this is basically it for working on the chat streaming and the typing animation inside our ChatGPT clone. And so inside the next video we'll move on to how to store these chats into the database, so we can recover them at any point in time in our projects, right, and continue the chat. So yeah, let's take things little by little, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so today we basically want to be able to work on our server. What we want to do is I'm going to basically introduce, especially the newest ones, the beginners, how to set up their MongoDB cluster and how to basically connect to your MongoDB database through your VS Code, right? So let's not waste too much time. With that one, right after we are done creating a MongoDB cluster, we would move on to create the models, right? The schema structure for the chat's history and the chat itself, right? So let's not waste too much time. Let's first of all go to MongoDB and try to so yeah, I think mongodb.com, that's where we should go, and I'll just try to sign up with my my Gmail. Yeah, so for me, I have an account. I might not be able to recreate a whole cluster from scratch, but I should be able to help you walk through it, right? I should be able to point you inside the right direction, and give you the things to look out for you to be able to recreate your own cluster from scratch in case this is your first time opening MongoDB up. All right, so looking at this right, what you want to do is when you open up MongoDB fresh, I've forgotten how exactly the look was, right? It looks like they've improved their UI. And so I don't know, but you should see something like create cluster, right? So as you can see, for me right now, I can see create cluster here. I'll just click on that, and okay, it's asking, okay, continue. Okay, so um for mongodb, when you create one cluster for the first time, you have the option to choose free. I think it should be somewhere around here. You should be able to choose free somewhere around here, right? So just select the free option, right? So let's say this is the free option, like it will look different from yours. So you select the free option, you give your cluster a name. I don't know, you can maybe type the name of your company. I don't know, maybe some of you might be trying to build a startup right off the bat, through this tutorial. I don't know, but you can like give your company name. And so yeah, so once you've been able to do that, you can like scroll down and select your provider. This one, a lot of people try to ask me questions like which one should I choose. I don't think I don't know, maybe I am the one that doesn't know what goes on here, but I don't know, I just select any because just because it's like, come on. I don't see the difference. And like over here, you just have to look for the one that is closest to you. And I think for this particular cluster in this account, I had selected the Paris. I think that's why it is still here like this. But I think for the other accounts, I selected South Africa because like I'm in Africa and everything. So yeah, so yeah, I mean that's it. And then over here, I don't think they'll ask you anything again if you're creating a fresh um cluster, right? Then I think from here you just click on create cluster. Yeah, for the rest of it you can just ignore, because I'm sure they'll have this optional flag, and then you just click on create cluster or something, right? So yeah, once you create your cluster, let me just go back. Once you create your cluster, there are a couple of things you want to look out for, right? um what are these things? Now let me not just go straight to these things. I want you to understand the thought process and why we would need these things, right? So let's quickly get back into the project. So you okay, let's get back to the project, but before we do that, let's quickly get the connection string, right? So for the connection string, if you have extra options, you want to make sure that you select VS Code, right? Because like some of the buttons will be asking you like a bunch of questions. I don't know why. Okay, I think when you click on connect here, yeah, so they'll ask you like a bunch of options. So you just select MongoDB for VS Code, and you copy this, right? Once you copy this, that's your connection string. You want to quickly get back into your app, right? So your code here. Then let's quickly go to the server. Let me just collapse this front end. Let's come to the server here, and then we have the index.js, right? Okay, so for this index.js that we have here, right, what we want to do is we want to create a function, right, that would allow us to connect to our database anytime our server starts running, right? Now most of the time, or some of the times, like you see people create their db connection functions inside the index.js, but as time goes on, you might want to get a little bit organizational. So you want to create a new folder called db connect, like we have always done in our previous videos. So db connect, and inside your db connect you have db.js, right? Then over here you can import mongoose from, like you require from mongoose. So okay, so mongoose, I'm confused. It feels like we've not installed mongoose because it should have shown here. So let's quickly install mongoose. without wasting any much time. So I'll just split the terminal again. I'll cd into the backend, clear, and then we're using npm, so npm I, then mongoose. So that should install mongoose for us. Once mongoose has been installed, we would come here and create a function, say dbconnect, right? So this function dbconnect can be an arrow function. It's going to also be asynchronous, and we'll open up with an empty parameter, or no parameters inside. Then we have this try catch block that we'd want to use. We can log out the error in case there is any. So once we do that, over here we can quickly come and then pick up the mongoose that we have, and then we can connect. So we connect. So yeah, so this is mongoose.connect. Then this is where we are supposed to be passing our connection string, right? This is where connection string is supposed to go, but we all know that we don't want to use that. We want to use the process.env .db URL in our case, right? So we want to come to our env, and we want to quickly create. So we can say db URL. Mind you, you can just paste the connection string raw without putting it inside the double quotes, right? You can just do it, but I don't know, just feel safer doing it like how you see me do it. So which one? Yeah, I think this one. So I'll just put it inside here like this, and then you want to make sure that at the end here, at the end over here, you want your collection name, you want the main name for the particular application that you're working on. So since you're working on a ChatGPT clone, we can say neural feed AI. We can just since you're working on neural feed AI, we can just give the name neural feed AI. So it's going to create like a separate collection and store all our data inside that neural feed AI section. Yeah. So yeah, now we need the db username and a db password, right? So this is where we'll go back and then tackle the parts where I was talking about in the beginning. So for that, we would have to come to the database access, and for that I'll just quickly edit. So okay, so I'll just pre-assume that most of us are new to mongodb. So for that, we'll just add a new database user, right, by clicking on this button. And then for the new database user, we can basically say we can give like a password and a username. So this is the username, beginner123, or just beginner, right? And then password is beginner123, right? If you show, you should see it. Okay, I would have been struggling if I didn't check. So beginner123. Then what we can do is you scroll down, and then we would add a built-in role. So for this built-in role, we'll say what read and write to any database. You want to do that so you don't avoid any unnecessary errors in the future. Then you want to add your user, right? So we just added a user, beginner, with the password beginner123. So we'll take these details that we have, right? We'll go back into our VS Code here, and we would add it, right? So we'd say beginner, and what, and which one again? Beginner. So for the password, beginner123, beginner123. So we have beginner1, and then we have the beginner, and we have the beginner123, right? So once we've been able to set this up, we want to look at something else that your mind might not go towards. That is the network access. So for the network access, by default you'll be given this one, the 154.160.6 da, da, da. Like, I mean, everybody's IP address that is assigned is different, right? So what you want to do is you want to add a new one, and you want to just say 0.0.0.0, and that should basically say, oh, like, you can accept any request from anywhere, right? So that you prevent future unnecessary errors. Other people say don't use this, but at the end of the day, Charlie, you don't want to be dealing with certain things when users are complaining about a broken feature somewhere, right? So yeah, let's right now that we've been able to set this up, let's just go back to the project. And you see, we have this function that we've created here, right? After we've been able to connect, or we've written our connection function, we want to make sure that we are logging out something to indicate that we've been connected successfully. So I'll say database has been, or database connected. Yeah, this one is simple. So once we have that, we want to quickly export it. So I'll say module dot exports, and then I'll just put a db connect inside. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm doing it like this, because it's not, I don't want to intentionally come back and have to import it in case I need it. So put it inside like this, and then I can just call it from wherever I am. So inside our index.js, right above this console log, we just say db connect, and yeah, it just comes, we initialize it, and we should be able to connect to our database. So you can see database connected, and then the server is running. So yeah, I mean, that's it, that's basically it. Um so yeah, we can now connect, we've now been able to connect to our database, and we can now read and write data to and out of it. So what we quickly want to move on to right now is building the model. So we want to quickly build the model for our our AI clone, right? Our ChatGPT clone, right? So in order for us to be able to start doing that, we're going to quickly go inside our backend folder here again, and then we'll create a new folder called models, right? So inside the models, we'll create two models. You see chat.model.js, right? So chat.model.js, and then inside your chat.model.js, you want to import mongoose as usual. Require mongoose, right? Exactly. So now that we have been able to require mongoose, what we can do is we can say const what? You can say const chat schema or chat model. It doesn't really change anything. So chat schema, chat model, however. So once we have that, we just say create a new mongoose.schema. So you are taking this schema module out of it. So modules.schema. Then right inside of it, we can have you can basically have a bunch of properties, right? Let's first of all put in user ID, because we want to make sure that each and every single chat that we open belongs to a particular user. All right, so we want to make sure that the user ID is what is a type string, right? And then it's required, because we need it, or creating a chat will be impossible. Like it wouldn't make sense, and we wouldn't be able to do a lot of things. So yeah, so now that it's required, we want to be able to get another field, right? we want to say we want to say that this is what we want to say. We want to say the history, right? So the history, but where are we getting this history from, right? Where are we getting this history? We are getting this history from the Google Docs. If we go back to the Google Docs over here, and we scroll down, now you can see that we have this. So let's even quickly copy this, right? We have these bad boys here. Okay, so I'll just copy that, come back, and I'll paste that. So now that we've been able to paste it here, we'll just change like a couple of things, right? So this rule isn't going to just be a rule, but it's going to be an object, right? So for this side, it's going to be a type string. Okay, then we're going to be we want to say that, oh, even though we've defined our rules, we want to make sure that we are defining the options for these rules, right? Like we can't just come up with any rule string or whatever. We need to be able to define the options that we have to select from, right? So we can't go outside of those options. So we can either be a user or a model, which is the AI model, right? Can either be a user or a model. Then we have to make sure that this rule is required before we can create any chat, right? Or yeah, so yeah, we just make sure that it's required, not true. Then at this part over here, right, this part, since it is already since it's already an array, and then we have this property inside called text, we want to define the model for the text, right? So the model for the text, or the field for the text, is going to be a type of string, right? And we want to make sure that this type string, right, is required. Okay, so we set the required to be true. Okay, so now that we've been able to deal with this, okay, so yeah, let's quickly just take this off, right? So we have just one object inside the parts array, and then inside this object we have the text, right? Now we've been able to set this up nicely, okay, but there's one more thing that we've not added, and that is the image, because at the end of the day we want to be able to pass in images too as well, right, in the chat. So since we know this now, what we want to do is right under the parts, right under this part here, we want to send an image field, and then this image field is going to be a type string. Okay, then we make sure that it's false, right? You can either pass it in like this, or you can just leave it like this, right? So either way, or if you like, maybe just so that we'll be safe, we can add it, right, just so we can be safe. Then right after doing this or setting this up, we want to make sure that we are passing in a timestamp. So here we'll say timestamp, and then we'll set that to what's true. Okay, nice. So right after setting this up, we want to make sure that we are exporting it. So let's create a new variable. Most of us, or back in the days, in the previous videos, you realize we just take the mongoose model, like we just export it straight like that. But like I said before, I don't want us to have to intentionally import stuff, right? So let's just create like a model here, name it chat, right? Then this chat is going to store mongoose.model, right? This is going to store mongoose.model, then chat, right? Then we passing what? The chat model, right? So now that we have this, what we are going to do is we'll just say module dot exports and we equate it to the chat. Alright, so now that we've been able to export our chat model like this, we can use it basically anywhere, right? Now let's move on to creating the user chat, that is the chat history that we have here, this side. So all the chats that belong to a particular user, let's create the model for that chat. That is going to be pretty simple. What we are going to do is you just copy this, and then we'll come here back inside the models, and then we'll create a user chat dot model dot js, and then we'll paste that. Then right after we are done pasting it, what we'll do is over here we can, okay, let's quickly copy this side, and then I just selected that chat side, and then I'll just press Ctrl F2 to select all instances of that, and then I'll change it to user chat, right? So now that we have, so you can see user chat right over here. Okay, so let me quickly rename this, or let's just leave it like that. So you can see user chat, right? Now we are going to be changing a few things. What is that thing that we're going to be changing? So you can see this is a list of chats, right? So that one we just say something like chats. Okay, then inside every chat we are going to need an ID for it. Okay, we are going to have to store the ID of every chat. Okay, so let me just remove this. So like I said before, every chat is going to have an ID, right? And then that ID is going to be a type string. Okay, looking at this string error that I have, or this string mistake that I have here, means I need to go back here and check, okay, yeah, and make sure that it's a capital S. Then we'll get back here, so you can see the ID of every chat here has to be passed in. Then we want to make sure that every chat has a title, as you can see. So we just pass in a title field, and we'll set the type to string. You get it? Then we'll come back here and then say required is what? True, because definitely we need it before we can show it here. Then we want to store the time that this chat was created, right? So we set the created at field of that chat to be a type date. Oh, come on. And we set the defaults to be date.now. exactly. So now that we have this all set up, at the end of the day, when we check, we are already exporting our user chats, so there's no need for any extra changes. In the next part, or the next video, we are going to basically be able to add a new chat or start a new chat inside the application. So I just want you to hang around, go through this video, implement it yourself, and I'll definitely meet you in the next one. Bye. Hey, so you remember that yesterday we basically worked on the chat history here and the normal chat section, the chats that we're having with our AI. And in this part of or this episode, we're going to quickly work on the functionality that allows us to create a new chat and also save this chat and use that chat to create a search history. All right, so it's not going to be anything too complicated. It's actually very simple, so let's just not waste too much time and just get to it. All right, okay, so first of all, before we do anything, I need us to change a few things. We want to make sure that our code is as uniform as possible, so let's make sure that this is capital, just like how our chat model here is also capital over here, right? Then we need to change a few things. The last time we made a mistake here, I was supposed to make it a comma. Now the thing is, before usually in a situation like that, it's more of TypeScript, right? So it might have crossed my mind, something like that. So but yeah, this is the actual correction. Now that we've been able to work on that, we need to do a few things. Let me collapse all of these. Let me collapse all these things so we don't get confused. So inside the backend right now, let's just start something. The first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a new folder called routes. So inside the routes folder, okay, it looks like that. Yeah, we already created that here, so just create it. Right, so after creating the routes folder, what you want to do is you want to create chat.routes.js, right? Chat.routes.js. So you have chat.routes.js. Then what you want to do is you want to say const, and then you want to pick out the router module or the router package, or module out of the express package itself, right? So you're going to take it out of the express package. Yes, I know a lot of the times you see videos do something like router, and they'll require, and then they'll just get the express, and basically at the end here they will just take out the router like this and initialize it. Yes, that one is also correct. Okay, so, and I mean, I don't know, looking at this thing again, I feel like the second one is actually much more faster. So let's just clear. I mean, I think for the before, what I was going to do was I was going to take this and then say router, and then now come and initialize the router here, right? But I mean, looking at it, I feel like the second one, the one that I tried explaining, yeah, that one is way faster. So now that we have this, we want to make sure that we are exporting it by default. So module exports, then router. All right, now that we've been able to export it, we need to start by writing a few things, right? So we're going to take the router, and then we are going to make a post request, right? We're going to set our router to make a post request. Okay, so post. Okay, so inside this post request, you want to set the destination, or the request URL destination to chat, right? The endpoint, you want to set it to chat. But we wouldn't do that chat thing here, right? We will do it when we are linking it to our index.js, right? If you watch the previous videos, you realize we have like this separate folder for just routes, where we basically write this function that automatically assigns them this long process stuff, right? But in this part, I mean, we are not really working with much, so I don't want us to waste too much time on a lot of things in architecture, right? So let's just do it. Okay, so first of all, we are going to make sure that this is an asynchronous function. right? Then we are going to say this request, and then we are going to pass in the response. Then after we open up our curly braces, right, then inside the curly braces, these are the few things that we want to do. Okay, this is what we want to do. We want to take the user ID and then the text from the request or body from the front end, right? Let's do it. So I'm going to say this is the user ID here, right? And then this is the text. Okay, so the user ID and then the text, you are going to be taking it from the request or body, right? So what we can do is, okay, let's first of all log out the results that we are getting, right? So we can log out the results by saying user ID and then text. Okay, now so that we know that, oh yeah, we are actually passing what we want to pass through the route, right? All right, now that we have logged it, now that we've been able to log it out, let's go to the index.js here. Then let's quickly import the chat route. So I'm going to say const chat route. Then I would quickly require from the routes folder, which is here. So the routes folder, and then chat.routes. Okay, if you're using the type module that you set in your package.json, like some people just do type, some people just do type and they set it to module, right? You're going to have to be adding .js. Like if you do import something, import this from that, you're going to have to keep adding .js. But for common JS, it's not a necessity. So yeah, you're safe there. Yeah, so that's basically it for that. And now that we've been able to import our chat routes, what we are going to do is right below here, we want to make sure we want to make sure that our main application recognizes. So let's come down here instead and then say app.use. So app.use, and then how do we link it? We will say API slash v1, right? So API slash v1 slash what chats. So chats, and then we'll link it to what the chat route or whatever other endpoints that are inside the chat route. So now that we have this all working, looking through this, I need us to make a few more changes so we don't get any unnecessary errors in the future. Make sure that this is credentials, so the credentials is set to true. Always make sure that whenever you are setting up your cross origin request with your Express, make sure that this thing is working. And we do not need this one that we took from image kit, because I don't know, it wasn't working anyways. So we are just going to take that one out. And you can see, if you remember from the previous videos, this is where our client URL, this is where we were getting it from, right? Okay, so now that we've been able to set up the index.js as well, I want us to go to the front end and then do a few things. So as you all know, how I make my videos, whenever I make my videos, I make sure that we have a separate folder here dedicated to just the APIs. It makes us it makes calling APIs pretty simple inside the application, and like very modular, so you can target and work on different aspects of the application at specific times. You know, it's scalable basically. So this is a separate folder for just APIs. We are just going to create a simple index.js inside. So we have our index.js inside. Then inside our index.js, we want to basically create a module that allows us to reach out to our endpoints and just pass in the values simply, right, without actually overpopulating our components with unnecessary long links, right? So what we are going to do is, I'm just going to split the terminal somewhere in the middle here, and I'm going to cd again into front end. Then I would say npm I Axios. We are going to have to install Axios, and you know that this is React 19 and it's not stable, so you're going to have to add the force flag, and then Axios is going to have to install. So right after Axios is installed, we are going to have to import Axios from Axios. right? So how to import Axios from Axios. And now that we have Axios, what we are going to do is I'm going to say const API is equal to, then we'll take the Axios here that will create. So we use the create function that is found inside the inbuilt one, the create method that is inside, right? Then inside we'll pass in the base URL. And then what is the base URL? The base URL is obviously the one that we have right below here. So what we are going to do is we're just going to copy it and then pass it inside here, right? If you deploy an application, you're going to have to pass in your deployed application here, the deployed backend here, right? The endpoint. So yeah, inside, if you check our backend, you realize that at the end of the day we always have API slash v1 also at the end, and then the rest of it just becomes dynamic, right? Then when we are done, we make sure that we pass in with credentials so that we do not get any unnecessary errors again in the future. All right, so now that we have both of these working, we want to create a new function called add chat, right? I think, yeah, a new function called add chat. So basically what this function is basically going to be doing is going to help us add a new chat to our AI, like save it into the database and also save the chat history of that particular chat, right? So inside here that we have, oh damn, yeah, so inside here that we have this add chat here, right? What we are going to do is I'll just equate it. So I'll just equate it to what, this this open parameter bracket here, right? Then inside this open parameter bracket, since you are taking the user ID and we are also taking the text, we'll just pass them in as parameters. Then we'll say API dot what, it's a push request that we were looking at trying, right? We were trying to mess around with. So we take this push request and then inside we pass in chats like how we did in our index.js, right? Then right inside here that we want to pass the body, we can just pass in the user ID because it's the same thing. Like it could have been user ID, but it's not really necessary because like user ID is still the same user ID. So now we pass in text, right? So it's like, I mean, it's the same text. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like I'm trying to say that if you look at the chat routes here, we are taking user ID object and then text object, and we are just taking it from the request.body. Like it's not like we are taking text here, right? And then inside our front end, the place where we are taking the variable that we are storing the text inside is called prompt. If that was the case, when we come to this place, we would have to make it text is going to be what, prompt, right? Then from that one you are going to have to pass it in here, you see, something like this. But that's not the case, it's just text and user ID. So we are just going to work it out through that, right? So yeah, now that we've been able to set this up, let's make sure that we are exporting it so that we can use it anywhere that we intend to. So I just exported it. Then I'll go into okay, so yeah, now let's go into the dashboard here, the dashboard page here. Now you realize that in the previous section it was, I think, the new prompt part. I think this is where we're working stuff out, right? Let's just comment this out. Let's simply comment this out, right? And then let's go to the dashboard and then set stuff up. Okay, so what we are going to do is, even though we've commented it out, let me uncomment it, copy it, comment it back again, come here and get inside here, and then I'll just put this in, right? So you see this handle submit, right, that we have here, this handle submit. I'm quickly going to go into this form, and then we would add, so we'll say on submit has to be what, handle submit, Alright, so this handle submit is going to be handled by our on submit, and then you can see that the text here that is being received is received from an e.target.prompt.value, and then inside the previous one, the new prompt, you remember that inside the inputs here we made the name prompt, right? So you can quickly just copy that and then come here, come to where the input is, and then we quickly have to paste it. It's very simple. So now that we have this working like how we want it to work, what we are going to do is, you see this run prompt that is here, we just have to take that off, and then we'll create like this simple try catch block. So this try catch will just log out the error for the meantime in case there is any. So we'll log out the error, and then right over here we are just going to await add chat, right? So you see that it's just getting imported. Very simple, no need to write any long endpoint strings. So right after that we are going to have to take the user ID from Clerk, and then we are going to have to take the text from this side, right? So how are we going to take it from Clerk? What we are going to do is, I'm going to say const, then I'll over here I'll just take the user ID object that is inside the Clerk. So from there we take it from the use auth hook. So this use auth hook we have to import from Clerk. So how do we do that? I'll just import use auth, right? And then we'll take that from Clerk React. So at Clerk, right? So yeah, you can see this is it. This is our user ID. So let's quickly pass the user ID inside, then we pass in what's the text. All right, so it's just going to pass through this module. It's just going to come here. All right, we're already accessing the chats endpoint, then the user ID has already been passed and the text has already been passed, as you know, through the body, right? So now that we know this, right, what we can do is I can just test by writing some random text here, and then we should see it appear here since we just logged it out on the server. So let's quickly type hello and let's try. So as you can see, you're getting an error here. Okay, it says const. All right. So actually the issue here is we have failed to this. So okay, let me just collapse all of this, right, so we don't get confused. We come to the back end, we'll come, and then we have to make sure that whatever data that we are passing through the front end is recognizable by our server. So we'll do that by saying app.use, then we'll say what express.json, and this. All right, so just let me refresh the server one more time. Do that by just doing Ctrl S to save manually. All right, so just okay, so it's here. Then you would come and hit enter, and then as you can see, this is the user ID and hello, right? So we have both of these bad boys being printed out into the terminal. Okay, now that we have seen these bad boys being printed into the terminal, let's move on to the next thing. Now the next thing is very crucial, but it's quite simple. What we are going to basically be doing is taking these two things that we are taking from the body, or these two values that we are getting from the body. We are going to write a function to make them create a new chat and then create the chat history, right, or the user chat. So how are we going to do that? Let's first of all start by creating a try catch block. We can do that by using this snippet. Then over here we can first of all log out the error, right? We can log out the error, and then at the end of the day we can also send a response dot status. So the status of the response is going to be 500 as usual for internal server error, so 500. And then we are going to say that just send this JSON message saying an error occurred creating chat, right? So now that we have this, I don't know if, okay, let's do it like this. So now that we have this all working, right, inside the try block, we are going to have to create a new chat there. So we'll say const new and chat. So this chat is supposed to allow us import what is inside the model. You can see that it was easily imported. So you can see, so over here inside this new, so there's this thing that we are doing here. So new chat, right? Then we equate it to new, and then this chat model that we just imported, right? So inside the chat model, what do we want to do inside? First of all, we want to take the user ID, right? If you look inside the chat model here, you realize that we need a user ID at first, right? And it's required. So let's pass in the user. So we say user ID, and like I told you before, user ID is still user ID, like no real changes. So we can just leave it as user ID, or we can set it as user ID, right? Either way, the one that makes you understand it well, you just follow, right? It will make you stay out of trouble. So history, so this history is going to, so you see the colon, the colon, and then inside the square brackets we bring the curly braces, and then we need to assign a row. So we'll say that the row is what, user, and then we'll say that after the row we want to say the parts, right? And the parts is also going to be an array, and then this array is going to contain an object text. You get it? So yeah, like I said, you can either remove this, make it stay that way, because I mean it's still the same thing, right? Or you can just assign it to it just so you are safe. Okay, but come to think of it, right, I'm looking at this and then I'm feeling like we should assign it to it, because you see this one was actually a field inside, right? So if we are going to assign a new user ID, we need to actually know that this is the user ID field. So I guess you have to do it like this anyways. So it's good that we are learning as we keep going. So this is the new chat that we've created here, right? At the end of the day, even though we've been able to create the new chat, right, and then we've been able to pass in the history, and basically the row, and then the parts, right? Now we want to be able to write a variable that would help us store the new chat, and at the same time put it inside a certain variable that we use to store the chat history, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, what we are going to do is we are going to come right below here, right, and then we are going to say const created chat, right? So this created chat is going to be await new chat dot save, right? So new chat dot save. After new chat dot save, we need to create the user chat, which is supposed to be the chat history, right? So for that, what we are going to quickly do is we say const user chat, right? Then we are going to await what? Oh, I'm sorry. We are going to await user chat that we get from the model. Okay, so no need. Let's import. I think we were supposed to fix this. Yeah, we did fix it, but I guess we didn't transfer. So I'll just copy this and put this in here, and then we'll go back to the chats, and then we'll do Control Z, then try to bring it back. Yes, so it's here now. So we say the user chat find. Now what are we finding? We want to find it with the user ID, right? So yes, you see, for this one we can just pass it in. I don't know, you can try, right? The thing that I mentioned here, you can try, because I mean, programming, you can't really know everything. You just have to try, get bugs and fix them. So you can try and give me a response in the comments. But now that we have the user chat, we want to do a few checks, right? We want to say something. We want to say that Oh, if there are no user chats, right? If there are no user chats belonging to this particular user, right, then what we are going to do is we are going to basically create a new one for that particular user. So we just have to say const what, new user chats, right? Then after the equal to, we say new user chats, right? So this one we just have to pass in a few things, which first of all is the user ID, right? So this user ID, then after the user ID we take the chat here, so the chats field here, then we basically open it up and we can take this ID here, and then we pass in the created chat dot ID, right? So the created chat dot ID, the created chat that we saved over here, its ID. Then after we pass, then we take the title, you see, because like every chat history here, right? So we take the title and then we take the text, right? The text that we collected. Then you see that the answers will be long, right? So maybe you want to take the first 40 characters. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So for that we'll say text, then substring, so text substring 0 and 40, right? Now that we have both of these bad boys in there and in place, we want to basically say, oh, in case you've been able to work all these things out, just save that new chat history, right? So new user chats dot what, save, you get. So we just initialize like this. Now we have this, right? We have like a whole new user chat history here, right? But we want to be able to make sure that if there already is a user chat available inside the database, what we want to do is now want to push or we now want to update the user chat history, right? So how are we going to do that? Now what we are going to do is we are going to say await, right? Then this await is going to go into the user chat side, right? Then we would update one. So we'll update one. Then inside this update one, we want to first of all take the user ID as usual, as you can see. So I mean our principle still stands, the one that I was talking about. So we have this user ID here. Then right after we've been able to find this user by his user ID, we want to go to the chat section, right? We want to go to the chat section. Now inside the sorry, mistake. So once we find this user, right, what we want to do is we want to perform a few things. So we would basically push, right? So we'll push a few things inside. So here, what are we pushing? We take the chats, right? We take the chats and then push a new chat object inside the chats array. Okay, so what we are going to do is this, okay, then created chats dot id, then we take the title as well. So I'll just copy this. Right now, as you can see, right after we are done, we want to come down here. And then print out or we want to send out a response. And then what is this response? The response is going to be the new chat dot id, right? The new chat id. And the reason why we are passing this response is because whenever you click on a new chat, we want to make sure that we navigate to that particular new chat's id and then just display that only only that chat history, right? Like only, so if you just click on this, we just take its id and then we just display whatever history, right? So we're going to send the response. Let's make it okay. So JSON. Then inside here we'll make it what? New chat dot what? id. Okay, then let's change the status, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, right, we've already worked on the front end and how we are passing data to the back end, right, and we are logging out that data. So what does it mean? What it means now is we can actually test to see if our chat actually works. So let's quickly refresh the page over here, and then I'll quickly just type hello ma, and I would hit enter, and as you can see there are no errors displaying. I've also not opened the inspect element to check the console, but we can go straight to the database and then try to find out. So just come, I'll refresh the database. Okay, so you can see this is neurofeed AI. Okay, as you can see this is a new chat collection. Okay, so this is first chat, so first chat, second chat, right? So you can see hello ma, you see. So yeah, so you can see this is the latest one that we created. Over here you can see that we have two array objects, right, where we are storing the chat history for each user. Okay, so I mean that's basically it for this part. We just wanted to quickly work on how to basically create a new chat and manipulate it a bit inside the database, right? In the next part it's not going to be difficult. The next part is we don't want to pass the user ID directly through the body, because from what I know and what I've heard, it's actually not safe. So we are going to be using the Clerk Node.js SDK, and then like with the SDK we should be able to set things up in such a way that we just take it directly from the request. All right, so hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so in this part I want us to move on to the next thing. You realize that in the previous part, or in the previous episode, I did mention that when we pass user ID directly to the body, it's not safe like that, right? Those things are available to the client, hence can be manipulated in any way possible, right? So what we want to do is we want to be able to get the actual logged in user, and then basically pass the user ID through the backend, and then we'd use that user ID through this logged in user, right? We use that through this logged in user. So how are we going to set that up? What we are going to need is Clerk. We are going to use the Clerk docs. So as you can see, I've already opened those tabs here, so we don't have to keep navigating through. So I'll just remove this, and then we are going to need just this one, right? So yeah, let's just start. So the first thing we are going to need is the Node.js part of Clerk. So we are going to install this part, right? In case you are fresh and maybe you are fresh on the page, you don't know where you get it, what we are going to do is we are going to say Clerk docs, right? So it should come Clerk docs, and then right over here we are going to scroll down and then select Node or Express. So we quickly just copy this part. I think we'll just split the terminal here, and then we'll cd into backend and paste. So that should work. I'll minimize this a bit so we can see the code a bit better. So yeah, now that we are here, that we are installing this, okay, it's done installing, right? Now that we are done doing that, we just have to scroll down. Let me remove this. So all we have to do is scroll down, and then you can see you'll have to select the right project that you'd want to be using, right? So we just select Neurofeed AI, and then we'll copy this. Then once you are done copying it, you come to your env and you paste that. Okay, so you make sure you select the right application, and then you copy and then you paste that. So now that you're done with that, we want to make sure that we are handling errors well. I want us to handle errors before doing anything else. Okay, so for the errors, I'll just hold control and click on that, and then it should open this up for us. I think I'll scroll down, or up or something. Yeah, so over here I'll just copy this, and then we'll go to the index.js right at the bottom here on top of the app.listen. We're just passing this error handling middleware here, and then right after that we can just close this. You can close that, and then click on this, and we are going to come here and select this one, right? So we can import this inside our chats.routes.js here. Okay, so we'll just paste that. I'll copy this const, paste it here. We'll take this equal to require, and the brackets, we are going to paste that one to here, and then we just end it with a closing bracket, and then that should just work out good for us. Now that we are I made a mistake actually. We are not supposed to use clerk with auth here. What we are going to use is we're going to use require auth. So for that, it's very simple. We'll just scroll down, and then we'll copy this one instead. Then over here we'll just paste that require auth. So once we paste that, we just copy that, and then we'll come here, paste it, initialize it, and then bring the comma so it separates it from our actual function. Now as you can see, it says starting October use express Clerk express, and I just want to say that it's actually one of the most unstable packages I've ever experienced in my life. I don't know, it didn't work. Actually, it didn't work when I was trying to make the tutorial. I had recorded through, and yeah, I don't know, when it got to the time where I had to test it, it didn't work. So I don't know, for now you're going to have to keep using the Clerk express require auth. But if you think you can also try it for yourself, maybe, I don't know, maybe for some weird reason I can use it, but you can, you can try it out. But yeah, it doesn't work. It's unstable as shit. Like I don't know, it's just unstable. So yeah, let's just use the Clerk express require auth, right? So now that we're using that, we're going to use it here, right, like I said. So we are going to need the user ID coming from the request. So for that, we just say const user ID, and then we say request dot auth dot user ID, right? So we get the user ID from here. All we need to do is remove this, save, and then we'll go to the front end, go to the API index.js, and then we have to remove that, and then we'll go into the dashboard page here, right? And then we have to remove this, then remove this, and then remove this log that we logged out here. So yeah, now that we're done doing that, we have to remove this one too as well. Okay, so that is all set up. We'll just go to our page here. I'll just quickly refresh that, and we'll just make a test. So I just hit enter, and as you can see, there's no error appearing anywhere. So when we go into our project and then we refresh, we should see some extra stuff. Okay, we are getting an error. Let's see what it is. Okay, so I'll do Control Shift I. Let's check here. Okay, it's okay. Okay, 5. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it actually worked. New chat has been sent. Parts, and then we take this. Oh, yeah. So yeah, there's the text, right? And test. So we can try it out again in case we are not sure. We can say hello man, or hello AI. Yeah. And once we hit enter, you see we've been able to add another chat to it. Okay, so basically that's it. The safest way of passing our user ID through inside our backend. That is what we just did using Clerk. And in the next video we are going to be fetching all user chats, and then we are going to learn how to use queries, right? We're going to have to learn how to use React query to get this data and manipulate it, show it inside our application in any way that we want. So hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so in this part I want us to be able to display the chat's title here, that is like for the chat history. I want us to make sure that whenever we write our prompt over here, we can get like a history. We can store the history of the prompt and store the chat's title here, or we can store the first text that we sent to the AI as the chat's title, right? So yeah, so let's basically get started. Now as you can see, we are inside the chat routes, right? So inside the chat routes, what we want to do is we want to come to the bottom here, and then we want to say router dot get, right? In case you're finding it hard to get to the chat route, come to the route and then we select chat.route, right? Then over here we'll say get, then inside this get we'll pass in the user. So we'll say user, and then that is going to be, yeah, you're going to do it like this. So this is the route or the endpoint for it. Then we'll say clerk require, yeah, so require auth, the one we took from the top here. You can just take the same thing, right? Let's basically copy this whole part. So we copy this part, and then we come here, then we paste it, and then yeah, just end it with this closing curly braces. Then inside we are going to start by collecting the user ID. So we say user ID is going to be equal to the request.auth.user ID. Alright, now that we've been able to take the user ID after being authenticated, we want to start a try catch block. So inside this try catch block, we would log out the error, right? In case there are any, we will log out the error. Now that we have logged it out, we want to go inside and then say user chats, right? Then inside this user chat, we want to await the user chat, and then we want to find user chats by the user ID that we passed through, right? So user chats, then we find it by the user ID. Then right after finding them, we want to send them back as a response. So we say rest the status 200, then we would say JSON rest the status 200 JSON is user chats, right? User chats, then we would select the first chat inside, or we select the first data inside. So let's do it like this. Yeah, so yeah, then you say chats. Okay, so now that we are sending the response back like this, right? we should basically know that we are set up, right? Okay, I think something is going on here. I want this to reference. Let's reopen it back. Yeah, it's now referencing it. So yeah, that's it. So now that this is working, right, we want to come and display the charts here, right? But for that, we are going to be using React query. So for React query, I want us to quickly navigate to this side. So this is the installation section of React query. I'm using npm, so I'll just copy this npm, and then over here, what we'll do is I'll just paste it, and we need to add our force flag. So oh no, mistake. You're supposed to cd into front end and then install inside the front end folder, or the front end part of the application. Sorry, force. So yeah, you hit force, you add the force flag, it installs React query. Now right after installing React query, we are supposed to set up our project in the same kind of way we can use, right? So for that, we'll just click on quick start, right? So if you don't want to minimize the screen like this, you see the quick start right around here. Okay, so this is the quick start, and then we want to first of all import this, right? So we need a React query, we need a query client, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we'll go into the root layout.jsx here, and then right under this publishable key that we have, we'll pass this. Then we need to copy this whole thing, this part. We need to copy this part and then paste it under here, right? Then right after we've pasted it, I don't know, yeah, now it's back, it's showing. Yeah, so there are a few things you need to clear. This one and this one, we do not need them anymore. And I think, yeah, the user button we do need, and the signing we do need. But yeah, apart from that, this one we need the query client and the query client's provider over here, but we do not need the query client and use mutation or use query over here either. So now that we have this, what we need to do is we need to be able to wrap our application around the query client provider. Now in order for us to be able to do that, we'll go into this. Oh yeah, I forgot. I actually thought it would be here, but it's actually behind. So yeah, it's here. So we'll copy this, then right under here we'll come and paste it here. So I'm going to paste, and it's here. Then I'll just cut this off, Control X, cut it, then I'll come and paste it here, then I'll save, right? So now that we've been able to do this, we've been able to wrap application around the query client provider, we can now move on to displaying the chat title right at the history section. So what we are going to do is we'll quickly go to the chat menu, right? So the chat menu here, go to chat menu .gsx. Let's first of all start by let's clean up all of these sample chat titles that we have, right? So we've cleaned it. Now we are going to need like a couple of things. Let's go into query. Okay, so inside the queries here, we're going to need a few things. Okay, these are the things that we are going to need. Let's come and copy this. So you see the function to do's, then we come and paste it here. Alright, so you can see that we're basically taking a bunch of stuff. Is pending, that is similar to is loading, is error, that is trying to check if there's an error. Then the data takes the response that is coming from the function, and then the error, is the error. So you can, print that out into your console or wherever in your application you want to use it in. So this query key, we are going to change it to user chat. Okay, so based off of this query key, that's how we are going to have to use to manipulate our data or show our data and stuff like that, do stuff with our data at different parts of our application, right? So let me remove this function, okay, or we'll replace this function, right? But before that, let's import the use query. Okay, so use query is here now, right? Then what we are going to do is, it has to be user chats. So what we are going to do now is we are going to write the API function for getting the user chats, and then for that we are going to come here, then we'll copy this, come down here, come and paste it, then we'll say fetch user chats, right? Then we remove this too as well, then we make this /user, right? Because that was how we set it up in our project, and it was a get request, as well. And so now that we are done working with that, what we are going to do is inside the chat menu, we just have to say fetch user chats. Yes, and that's it. Once we have this, once we've been able to do this, all right, this fetch user chat over here, all we have to do is remove this error over here, right? Because we don't need it. That's why there's no technical reason behind it. We don't need it. We just don't need it. So over here, right, what we are going to do is we are going to write a few functions, right, a few things. Now we are going to first of all check, is it pending, so, or is it loading? If it's loading, give us loading. Okay, if it's loading, tell us that it's loading. But if it's not loading, check again if there's an error, right? Let's check. Yes, so check again if there's an error. If there's an error, tell us that something went wrong. You get now. But if it's not an error, you want to make sure that we are, if it's neither of them, right, we want to make sure that we are rendering out the links that we have here, right? So I'll quickly cut this out and then paste it inside here. Then right after pasting it, we want to do a few things here. So you can see over here, we can't just paste the link here. We need data to pass through so we can display, right? Let's go back. Okay, so for the data that we need to pass through, we'll take it from data, right? We'll check if this data is in. Once the data is in, we need to take it from the data object of that data, right? And then we map through. Okay, so you map through, and then once you map through, you collect the chat. Okay, you collect the chat. So let's collect the chat first. Then right after collecting the chat, you use this. Okay, I think I'm coming. So let's quickly wrap this around a bracket. Okay, so you take the chart here, and then you now pass it in as chat dot title, right? Then you come here and then you come and set the link that whenever you click on a chat, it should, or you click on a chat history, it should navigate you to dashboard, chats, and the chat ID, right? So it's based off of this ID that we are going to use to identify the chat that we are actually in. Then we'll display all conversations inside that chat, right? Then let's make sure that we are adding the key. So for the key, I'm going to say the key is chat dot ID. That's it. That's basically it. So as you can see, it is showing over here. But how come we are doing it data, right? Like, how come it's data.data? Now for that, we are going to check for ourselves the reason why it's data.data. So if we log out data here and I open up the console by doing Ctrl+Shift+I, you see it here. Okay, I want us to refresh. You see here, so you realize it's also in another data object. That is why we took data and then we had to enter data again. You get what I'm trying to say? So yeah, so you can see that's basically what we are working with. Alright, so we are going to end it here for now. Like I said, we are taking things little by little, no rush. So in the next part, or in the next episode, we are going to basically navigate to any of these chats over here. You can see it says handle submit is not defined. Don't worry, this is very simple to fix. We are going to go to new prompt, and then we just uncomment out what we commented out here. So just uncomment it. Yeah, so we are going to basically display all the conversations inside the chats over here, right? So if we navigate to another chat, we should be able to fetch just that single chat. Okay, so yes, that's basically what we are going to be working on in the next video. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so I want us to be able to fetch a single chat, right, based off of the chat history that we select. So if I select this chat history, or this one, or this one, or this one, you see that it keeps changing. So now that we have these new IDs or different IDs, we are going to, based off of that, we are going to display the chat that belongs to that user, that chat history, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, let's not waste too much time. The first thing we are going to do is, let me quickly bring this one here. Then we'll go straight into the back end. Okay, then we'll go to the routes, the chat routes here, right? Then we'll come right below. Over here, you can just copy this. Enter, and then paste that, right? Then now that we have this, we can simply just make this this part, or this path that we have here, we can make it dynamic, right? So having that worked out, what we are going to do is we're just going to come here and name this chat. Okay, then after that, we just take this and make it a chat model. Then we'll make it a find one. So we just want to find one. Then for this one that we want to find, we want to find a chat by two properties, right? We want to first of all find it by the ID, the chat ID, right? So we can simply do that by taking the ID from the request.params.id, since that's what we wrote here, right? Then we can also take the you can also check for the user ID. So we need to make sure that we are getting a chat by this ID, and then we can also match the chat and make sure that, oh, even though we've gotten a chat by this ID, let's make sure that the chat belongs to the logged in user, right? The user that is logged in. So we're just passing. So if you remember, maybe some people might be confused, this is just the same as this, right? So we are checking for both properties, the ID property and then the user ID property. But I mean, there's no need to like rewrite it over and over again. So it's just simple, you just leave it like this, since it's just the same thing, right? The same property name, right? So now that we have this, we are just going to send chats, right? So JSON chats, right? Yeah, so this is it. So yeah, I think it's just chat. So this is it, right? Now that we have this, let's just copy this error. Let's copy this error and then paste it here, and then we say so we say error fetching chat. Then we'll just come and copy this one and then paste in here. We forgot to do that. Then we say error fetching user chat, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, what we want to move on to next is we want to go to the front end and then set up the API, right? So for that, we just go to the front end, go to API, go to index.js inside the API folder. Then we'll copy this, come a couple of lines down, and then we would paste it. Then we'll just remove this user and then we remove the s in front. We'll make sure we pass the ID in as a parameter, and then over here, since we set up the routes to be something like this, in the backend, what we're just going to do is we would apply the object literals, sorry, the backticks, right? We just apply the backticks, and then I was just passing the ID, right? So yeah, now that we've been able to set this up, what we will do is we'll go to the chat page, right? So chat.jsx, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we are just using the same use query that we used at a different place, right? So where did we get that use query from? I think we did work on it at the chat menu. So we just have to go to the chat menu, we'll copy this, and then we'll come and paste it here. So we just have to change this chat, and then we would remove this and say fetch chat. Then we will pass in the ID. But where are we getting this ID from? We are getting this ID from use params. So if we want to access this, right, first of all, let's make sure we get rid of the error before I move on to do anything else, right? So I'll just quickly undo this. Now it's saying use query is not defined. Let's import use query. I wanted to show before we import it, but I don't know, it's not showing. So let's just take it from the chat menu. So yeah, use query, we just place the cursor here, Control C to copy that line, and then we paste that line right below here. Then it says fetch chat. So for the fetch chat, we just have to import it, right? But this is not how, since we are passing in an ID here, right? Since you are passing in an ID, we are going to have to come here and then make it look like a function. So you see, so yeah, it becomes like this. But the thing is, where are we getting this ID from? We want to make sure we use this ID, right? We are passing in this ID to okay, so we are passing, wait, what is going on? So we are passing we want to pass this ID through into the fetch chat, that is the request params.id that we set up at the back here, right? We want to pass it in. So how we are going to do that is we are going to use params, a hook that is inside React router DOM. So if I say something like, in case you want to verify, right? If I say something like params, use params, and we import, right? And I log out what params is. So if I log it out, you see it. Let me quickly do Ctrl+Shift+I to open up the inspect element. So you can see this is the params. You see we are having an ID inside, so there's no need to rewrite params again. All we have to do is pass the ID, or take the ID object inside the use params hook that we were getting out, or like this one, right? We just take the ID out of it and then we pass that ID here. So you realize that once we do this and we log out our data, yeah, you can see that this is what we are getting over here, right? So now that we have been able to work on this, I want us to move on to displaying the data right inside our project, right? So the first thing we are going to do here is we just have to clean this up. Then right after cleaning it up, what we'll do is we just come below here, right? Just right below here. Then we'll say this. So this is what we'll say. We'll come and check. We'll say, oh, let's take this data, right, as we got, right? Then you remember that when I was checking it here, we saw history, right? So we need to go through the history of this data and then map through. So we map through it, and then we'll get the message and also the index of the array of each item inside the array, Then right after that, inside here, we just have to open up this empty fragment. We copy this div, and then we would paste it here. Okay, now that we have these things working, right, we want to work on a few things. The first thing is the class name. Let's make sure we check for the class name here. So for the class name, we want to check the row. So you see that each and every single message here has like parts and like row and stuff like that, right? So this one, you can see that the row is user, right? So we want to check for that. So based off of that, we can pass in the class name that is supposed to have, right? So you can say message dot what row, and then we say if the message dot row is equal to user, then if it's equal to user, then give us message user. Okay, but if it's not equal to user, just give us message. Okay, so we've been able to set up the class name like how we are supposed to, and right after that, we need to make sure that we are passing in a key. Okay, so the key is definitely going to be the index of every item in the array. And then right after doing that, we need to pass in the results, right? The results or the message, the actual message text, right? So for that, we all know that if AI sends a response, it becomes a markdown. So we have to use a React markdown, right? So we just say markdown, then we just import it. So the markdown is imported, and inside the markdown we can now pass in what we need to pass in. So we say message dot parts, then we take the first one, right? Then we just take the text, right? So this is basically how it will be. So if we change, you get it. If we change, okay, it's going to have to load and stuff, so don't worry if you're not seeing it, and then we'll handle the loading state, right? So now that it's here, right, let's quickly work on like a few things. So we want to check for a few things. Let's come here and see that if it's pending, right, if it comes as a pending, or if it's loading, give us loading, right? But if it's not and it's an error, I want you to give us something. Oh, went wrong. And if it's none of that, you can just give us the data. So you can see, if I come here, okay, so this is hello ma. This one is supposed to give us the hello, right, and stuff like that. So this is how it's supposed to work, right? So we just have to use mutation. We work on the use mutation, and the use mutation is what is going to allow us to go through all these things without facing too many lagging times, and also too many errors or bugs in the process, right? So yeah, that's basically it. So what we are going to do is, let's quickly close this, we don't need it again. Then we are going to pass the image element over here. So over here we just check, we say if the message has image. So if the message.image exists, we want to render and you realize that when we were working on the image something, we were using this IK image thing, right? This IK image components that we got from image kit. So IK image that has been imported nicely. Then right inside here we would use the path. Oh yeah, I forgot, we have to pass this ID in too as well. Yeah, you have to pass the ID in too as well. Yeah, so yeah, so the path here, the path is definitely going to be the message.image. Then right after doing that, we make sure that we pass the class name in. So the class name is going to be what? Attachment image, because if you remember, we did work on this, I think, in the new prompt, and you remember this is the attachment image. So you can, let's just copy this so that it will be faster. Just copy this and we'll place it inside here. So message.image, okay. Then right after working on that, we want to add the loading, how our loading will work, and then we'll just use lazy loading. So lazy loading, so loading, we use the lazy loading. Then we want to check for the quality, right? So we will use this one. Then inside we passing an object of a few values. We say when it's active, true. So when it's active, let's set the quality to 20. And that's basically it. So now that we've been able to set it up in this way, we are actually set for setting up a single chat page, or fetching a chat, just a single chat, right, for the page. Okay, so that's basically it. In the next video, in the next part, we are going to be looking at use mutation and how it can help us improve our project and optimize it for a better performance. All right, so yeah, hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So I want us to be able to learn how to use mutation to increase the user experience, or make the user experience better in using our AI. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that when we enter any type of prompt, it just navigates to the actual chat page, and then the prompt is displayed here, and then we can just receive our answers and everything. Okay, so what we are going to first of all start with is we're going to go to the dashboard screen, or the dashboard page, and then over here we are going to come to this side, which is the React query here, the time-start query here by React. Then you can see quick start. Then you're going to come down to this side, this one. We'll copy this, and then we'll come here, come and paste that, and we need to import this. Okay, it has to appear as a snippet for us to import. Okay, it's not appearing, don't worry. What we'll do is we'll just come and copy this one as well, so that we can use this over here, right? Then after doing that, all we have to do is scroll up, come and copy this path over here, right? And just come and import. So with that, I'll just do this, and then I'll just cut them off. Then I wanted to also try something. You see, we were trying to import these things, but they were not showing. What I used to do in the past is I go to my extension side, and I realized that some of these things will be like reload required. So with that, I just click on the reload required. I just click on that, and what happens is your VS Code basically just reloads, and your terminal and everything still stays intact, right? So let's just give it some time for it to like come back, and after the reload is back, I feel like everything should be working like the way they have to. Okay, so you can see that the terminal is coming back. It was divided, and you can see it's back divided, and everything is still running, right? So now that we've been able to work this out, we want to start by doing a few things. See this mutation function. Let's start by passing in a text parameter, and so this text parameter, we're going to take this text parameter, right, and we're going to create a variable called response. Now this response is going to be this. We're going to be getting the response from this thing right over here. I'll just cut it, and then I would place it here. Then let's make sure this is an asynchronous function as well, right? Then right after doing that, you have to return what? Res.data. So this res.data is going to be the chat ID. If you remember, oh no, if you remember chat, so the chat route, you can see. So this chat route, you can see this is the chat ID, you can see. So this is the chat ID that we were outputting. So after outputting the chat ID, we are going to take the ID as a parameter here, and then we are going to have to make sure that after performing our query, so So after performing the function here, whatever we get when we can navigate to that page, and then or the new chat page, and then we would have to get all the user chats to at the same time. So for that we just do user chats. If in case you are confused why we are using user chat, we just have to go to the chat menu. No, chat menu.jsx, not css. Chat menu, and then you should see. So this is how we are fetching our user chat with this query key, right? So we just have to pass that same query key, and it will simply refetch that for us. Okay, so now that we have that, now we want to navigate, right? So we need a use navigation hook, right? So I'll just say const navigate, and then we use navigate hook. You see that after we did the reload, it's now bringing out the snippet. So use navigate hook is stored in the navigate variable here, and then right after doing that we'll come and then we'll navigate to, so yeah, we need the backtext. We navigate to dashboard slash chats slash id, right? So dashboard slash chats slash id, and yeah, right after doing this, what we need to do is we're going to scroll down, and inside this try here we're going to say what, mutate or mutation dot mutate, and then we pass in this text that we are passing through the input. To pass it in, right? So it just goes straight to it. Passes here, gets the id, and get the whole user flow. So now that we've been able to set this up, let's go back to the project. I'll just refresh. The server is already working, and I'll say test prompt 1, and I'll hit enter, and you can see it's working by storing the chat history, the user chat, and also displaying it here whilst navigating at the same time. So yeah, so that's basically it for learning how to use mutation in your own project. And in the next one we're going to be working on how to generate the output, and then how to store both of the conversations, or all the conversations inside a database, and yes, how to navigate and display all of them. So hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Hey, this is the last part of our ChatGPT clone, and in this part we want to be able to make sure that whatever conversation that we have with our AI, we can store the conversation inside a database and come back to it later using its chat history. So we can just test it out by saying teach me, so I can say teach me algebra, then I hit enter, then I would get a response over here. So I would say, it says okay, I can definitely help you learn algebra, then I can basically say give me, or I can say surprise me. Okay, you see, then I can add an image, so you can see we have this image. Then after adding the image, what I can do is I can say what is this. You can see this is the answer that we just got. Alright, so this is basically what we are going to be building in the last part of our ChatGPT clone series. So yeah, just stick around and enjoy it. Hey, so today is the last day, and we are basically going to be working on the last few things. And what are the last few things? They are, we want to be able to send our prompts and get an answer, and then we should be able to save the conversation inside a database. Whatever chat history that we try to enter, we should be able to retrieve them. So let's not waste too much time and get started. So the first thing we are going to do is we need to go into the backend. We'll go into the routes, and then the chat routes.js over here. Then right after going there, we are going to have to do a few things. Now the first thing that we are going to do is we need our first endpoint, and then the first endpoint that we are going to be writing is going to be a put method. So it's going to be router dot put. So router dot put. Okay, then inside we are going to pass in, so yeah, so this dynamic ID. Then right after that we have, you know what, let's just copy this, paste it here, and then change this to puts. Then right after we come and clear this, and then change this to updated chat, right? Then what else? Yeah, we need to also change the error. So this one, you're going to make it error saving. Yeah, let's do saving conversations or conversation. Yeah. So right now that we have this, we need to basically work on a couple of things, right, to complete this. So first of all, we are going to open up by saying const updated chat, right? Updated chat is going to be equal to await chat dot update one. So update one, then we are going to first of all pass in the ID. Then we have the request dot params dot ID. Then we need to also make sure, yeah, I'm coming, let's squeeze this. Yeah, so we need to also make sure we are passing the user ID as well, so that we can only update our chats, right? So right after doing this, we want to come down here and say, oh, now that we know that we want to update our chats, what exactly are we trying to update inside the chat? Now that's what we are trying to say. So we'll say, oh, so you see there's an array called history, right? So push inside, so inside this history array, we need, like, I need you to push some things inside, right? Now what are the things that I need you to push, right? So the things that I need you to push inside this history array is what we're about to define here. Okay, so what are the things? We can just do a straightforward over here. We can simply just, straightforward work things out, but let's do this. So I'll just say new, so new stuff, or new items sounds much more familiar. So new items, then this new items is going to be an array. Okay, and then this array, we are going to check for a couple of things. Okay, now we want to make sure that we check for a question. So like, in case there's already a question, what do we want to do? And then if there is no question to that is already existing while we are trying to update our chat, what else do we want to do, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we want to first of all do some deconstruction, right? All right, so let's first, so yeah, I mean, this part is a little confusing, that's why I'm taking my time. So it's like, fine, we just destructured, right? Open up the bracket. So destructure, open up a bracket and check for a question. But the thing is, where are we getting this question from? We're going to have to get it from the body. So we'll take like a number of things from the body. What are we taking? We are taking question, answer, and image, and then we are taking all these things from the request dot body. Okay, right, we know this. Okay, let's get back to the thing. So we've taken questions. We are saying let's check for the, if in case there's a question, Right, this is basically for the user part of the model. In case there's a question, you need to basically push a new chat with its necessary properties, which is the role being what, user, right, and then the parts. Let's quickly fix this condition. So we want to make sure that um in case there's no question, then we just send the empty array like this, right? It has to be colon, then we send the empty array like this, you see. So we are saying what, let's check if there's any question, or if there's an already existing question, push the new user prompt, right? Push the new one. So that is like, so inside the part here, right, we want to check for, we want to just put inside the text. So we just say, text. Oh, come on. Okay, so this text is going to be what, the question, you see. So after doing this, we want to make sure that we are passing in one more property, right? And that is going to be an image, because you want to also be you want to be able to also pass an image to your AI, so that you can use it to run your necessary prompts. So for that, we are just going to come behind this question side, and then we have to do some checking. You see, because it's not compulsory to add an image, we have to check for an image first before we do anything, right? So for this one, we'll say, oh, check in case there's an image, send the image object, right? You get it. So now that we've been able to set this up, let's also save the conversation that has to do with our AI. Okay, so for that, what we are going to do is this this side, right? We'll just come here, and then we would add another object, and then say what, role. Okay, so this object is going to take the role, and then this role is going to be the model, right? Then after the model, make sure we pass in the parts. Then for the parts, we make sure that inside the object, the text is answer, which is the AI answer, right? So answer, right? So yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Let's quickly do our quick checks. So we have this question, then okay, nicely done over here, then I think, let me try something. Yes, so this is how it has to be actually. Yeah, so this is how it has to be. So the question, we check, okay, we've passed in all the necessary things. In case there is no question, just send the empty array and just send the answer to as well. Okay, so now that we've been able to work this out, inside the history here, this side, right, I'll just say each. So inside this each here, right? So yeah, that's how we just pass it inside, right? So right after we are done with this, let's quickly close the backend like this, then go to the API, and then the index.js. Then let's just quickly copy this and paste it here, and then we just change this to update conversation. Then inside the parameter, make sure we are taking in the ID, the question, the answer, and the image, right? So we have this. Okay, then we pass in the answer, and then we also pass in the image. Okay, so you can see we have the ID, the question parameter, answer parameter, and image, and then we are passing in this thing that we're receiving from the back through the body. We are passing it through the body, right? Just like how we took them here. All right, so now that we've been able to set this up, let's quickly go to our new prompt and then do a few things. Okay, so I'll just open new prompt. Okay, so we are in the new prompt, but I realized something. Why is this still there, right? So in order for us to take it out, we'll go to the chat.jsx, then we'll clear this. I would have just removed this, but it will make it look so flat on top, so we'll not remove it totally. I'll just clean the text, and then we would have the necessary space that we need. Yes, so I think that was like a mistake. So yeah, so we just have the necessary space that we need at the top, and right after doing that, we need to make sure that we pass in this question mark, because we might face that error again in the future. And we send the row, and then the parts. So yeah, okay, nice. So now that we have this working pretty well inside the chat.jsx, what we want to do is a few things. Let's first of all send the data, because we will need to take the data, right? So you see this data that we are getting, this data that is allowing us to display the chat. We need the ID out, the ID of it, right? And I think like it's a number of things, but the ID is very important. So for that, what we'll do is we just check. We see, oh, in case the data exists, come and give it to me, like pass it through the new prompt component as a prop, right? So we just do data dot data, right? Now we didn't just do this because I wanted us to do it, but because of some use effect things, right? But just so we don't get confused, let's just keep going. So we enter the new prompt. We'll take that data by first of all taking it from here, data, no data, so data. Then right after doing that, we need to go to the dashboard and take our use mutation. So we just copy this part, just this part here, and then we would come to the new prompt, right under here, the use effect. We just put that inside. We don't need the navigate anymore. We don't need that. What we need to do is just import the use client, the use query client, and then the use mutation. We need to import that as well. And yeah, the rest of it is just a few more tweaks, right? So now that we have this, right, let's first of all start by removing this. We'll start by removing this parameter because we don't need that. And what else are we going to need? You see this part, this particular part, right? We don't need the add chat, right? What we need is the update conversation. So I'm just going to change this to the update conversation, and then the update conversation is basically going to take in like a number of arguments, right? Now, what is the first argument? We need the ID, but where are we getting the ID from? We are getting the ID from the data that we passed to it, right? So after that, we want to pass the question in, but we can't just pass the question in. We need to first of all check if there's a question. Now, if there's a question, send the question, but if there's no question, send undefined. All right, then right after defining this, or right after putting that in, we just send the answer in case the AI decides to answer, and we send the image. So for the image, we just check the image.db data, and then after, we need to make sure that the db data exists, and after it exists, we enter the file path and then send that data. But in case that is not available, we can just send undefined. Right, so now that we have this working, now that we've been able to set this up, what we want to do is we want to go into the on success here. We want to go into the on success here and then make a few tweaks. So the first thing we want to do is, you see this query key, what we are trying to do is we're trying to get the chat here. So for that, if you go and look inside our chat.jsx and you scroll up, you see that it's just chat and the ID, right? So you just come here and then chat. Then for that, we have to pass the ID from the data .id. Alright, so it's here, right? Then right after working on that, what we'll do is we just come and pass, and then so what we are saying is, after this is successful, we want to do a couple of things. So we want to do a few things. Now, what are these things that we want to do? We want to clear the fields, right? So we can set question, we can set the question to be empty. Okay, we can set the question to be an empty state. Then we can also set the answer to also be an empty state. Oh no. Okay, then we will come here and set the image. We set the image to as well, but for the image, you just have to go back to the top here, and so yeah, so I'll just come copy this. Then I just put it in. Right, so it's here. Okay, it's here. Then right after doing this, if in case you want to verify your error, you can just, so maybe you did the thing, but you want to make sure that in case you had an error, you saw the error, you can just set that, you can just do what I'm doing. So you pass in the error thing and you can just log it out. Okay, then that's it. You can get the error in case you encounter any. So right after working on this, what we want to do is we want to come to this part, we want to come to this part, right? Now for this part, we just have to remove this set image. Then we will say what? Mutation or mutate. Then that's it. But we want to make sure that it's an asynchronous function, so that we can catch the errors too as well. So what we are going to do is we just come here and make this like a try catch block, log out the error, right? We log out the error, then we come and copy all these things, copy all these bad boys and then put them in here. Nice. So right after we've done this, what do we want to do? We can actually try to check it out and find out how it works. All right. So yeah, I think everything should be pretty much okay by now. We are not done though, but it should be okay by now. So you can come and test it out by saying, hey, or test prompt. So test prompt. Nice. Okay, so I think we need to get back into the code to check what was wrong. So let's quickly, I think new prompt here. So let's check, trace it back. Where's, okay, yeah, API puts, yes. So because when you check the chat route here, it says router.put, right? So let's not confuse that, and let's come back and say test prompt. All right, so you realize if we refresh, it still stays there, right? This is awesome. So obviously you realize we've made some significant progress. Now we want to work on like a couple of other things, right? Now what are the things that we want to work on? We want to first of all make sure that whenever we keep going, so I would say something like when, so I'd say when did the NBA start, or give me, say something like give me more explanation. Okay, well, it is actually doing what I wanted us to do, but just so we are on the safer side, let's go back here. Let me try one more time. More. Okay, it's still doing it though. Okay, but I want us to get back into the project here. Go to the new prompt, and I want us to do something. You see, if there's a fresh question, fresh answer, fresh image, it scrolls into the latest view, right? But we need to make sure that whenever we navigate the fresh again, it basically would scroll back into that view automatically without us touching it. Now for us to be able to work on that, like with the new data, all we have to do is just pass the data into the use effect here. So what happens is, if let's say we are in hello here, and then we have like another chat history somewhere else, and we switch, whenever we enter, we should be able to scroll into view. And then we also want to make sure that whenever we change the data, right, whenever we change the data and say something like maybe surprise me type thing, you realize, yes, like it just screws into view automatically based off of the data that keeps changing, right? So after you see, now we've been able to work on this nicely, right? We want to do a few more things. Okay, what is that thing? I want to make sure that this input here, I want to clear this input whenever we get a response. So how we are going to do it is we are going to be using a useRef hook. So over here we can use a form ref. So I can say const form ref, then I can equate it to useRef, then I'll set it to null, right? Then after doing that, you can come to the form. So I think this is the form. So come to the form and apply the ref, and for that we say form ref. Sweet. So for that, see this form ref that we have here, all we have to do is go to where our request is successful, and we just see form ref, dot current dot reset. You feel me? So yeah, that's basically it. And then you realize whenever, let me just refresh. So uh, let's play a game. Let's play a game. So you see, so yeah, you realize that the input is cleared. So now that we've been able to work on that, I want us to also do something. If we go into this, so the dashboard, if we go into the dashboard like this, and we try to say something like another test prompt, you realize it just comes here and we don't get the answer that we are looking for, right? So how are we going to fix that? Let's quickly go back into the project and quickly just bring this terminal down a little bit so we have more space, and then we'll scroll up to a certain point. So what we are going to do here is we'll come down right over here, no, right down here, right under the handle submit, then we say use effect. So we can just use the use effect snippet and clear this line, clear this one as well, and then clear this one as well. Alright, so having this, we can simply say use we can simply check, right? So we can check and say something like if we check the data, right, and then inside this data history array, right, we check and see that, oh, like some things are inside, so at least we have the first item inside, so making length 1, right? If we check the data history and the length of it and we realize it's 1, what do we want to do? We want to run the prompt, right? And then what are we running through the prompt? We need the text of that first text that we are sending. So we say data.history, then we take the first item inside the history, we'll go into the parts, take the first item and text. Okay, so right after we do this, that should be it, right? But the thing here is, okay, looks like we are getting some errors. What error is that? I think we need to open, says image is loading, new prompt, image is loading. Oh yes. So for that we need to get back here and then add question marks. So let me scroll down. So I think, yeah, I mean that's it. Let's get back into the browser and check. Or it says expected a token. Okay, I'm confused. Expected a token 9932. Okay, let's check where is that token supposed to appear. Okay, we are seeing something here. Oh yeah. Oh, come on. So yeah, this was actually where the error was. So we are done with that. I just had to add the dots, the full stop here, so that it becomes, you know, an object reference. So right after doing this, you're supposed to be done, right? No, that is because it will run twice. Okay, and that is because of some production and development environment thing with like the React component lifecycle whole thing. Like it's this complicated reason, right? But we are just going to fix that very simply. And the first way we were supposed to fix that was we'll go into the chat.jsx and then we'll add the data like this. And but we've already done that. And then just so we can add like some additional security or some additional assurance, we can use a const and say is initialized, right? So is initialized, and then we set the initialized to a useref false, and then right after doing that we would come here and then we'll do a few checks, right? So we'll say, oh, let's come and check if it's not initialized, or if initialized is equal to false. So if initialized is equal to false or is false, let's do this. But if it's not, just set it to true. Or if the thing runs, if after the thing has run, set it to true. Okay, so right after doing this, right after doing this, we're actually set to go. But the thing is, you see this one, right? The round prompt. We want to make sure that it is understanding whatever we are doing over here, right? So that it knows how to handle the already existing prompt and all that stuff, right? So how are we going to do that? We need to first of all come here and then set, so we'll add is initial. So we want to check if there's an initial text, right? So if there's an initial text, it will just run that particular text, right? Like if there's an initial text, it will just run that particular text. But if there's not, it will just go to the new question, right? So for that, we just have to come here and then we say initial. So it's initial. So if it's not, if there's no initial text, we want to just set the question to the text, the new question that we are trying to alter, or the new prompt that we are trying to pass here, right? Okay, but if there is not any, we just want to pass like the already existing one. So for that, we'll just come here and set that to true. Set that to true, and then we need to also make sure that at a certain point in time we'll come here and set this one to false. Okay, so now that we've taken everything nice and slow, let's come to the chat here and see LeBron James. So I'll hit enter, and okay, we should be able to get the prompt. Okay, oh, mistake, okay, mistake. How are we going to fix this? We need to check a few things. So let's trace our steps back. First of all, we have to go to the chat.jsx and do a few checks. So chat.jsx, then we checked for the data. Okay, we are passing it in, right? Then after doing that, what are we going to check? Right, what are we going to check next? We want to check for a few more things. Now what is that? We'll come to the new prompt and then we'll come and check. Oh, okay, so this is initial. Okay, so for the initial, instead of doing it like this, let's try to write an if statement for it instead. So we'll say if there is no s initial, or if there is no, just run this. Okay, then after setting that, let's check a few more things. Come down here and then see, okay, this is text and false. Okay, text and false. Then we check for the s initialized here. Okay, yes, we had to make sure that this is the current, right? Then right after doing that, I feel like that's all. So yeah, this one could have still worked. We can still keep it. Actually, I thought that might have been the issue, but we can still keep it. So we can still keep it. Let's go back and try LeBron James 2. Okay, it didn't work. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. So okay, go to the dashboard, refresh, say LeBron. Nice. So you can see it is here now. So yeah. This was the mistake, this one, and we had to make sure that we set this to s initialized dot current. We forgot to add a current, so that one too is there. Okay, so I can see something like tell me more. Okay, nice. Now that we have this, let's test for an image. Let me quickly close this dialog, expand it. Let's test for an image. So we can select this. What are those? So yeah, I can ask, so can you give me a product description for it, for the image, or for the New Balance. So I can say for the New Balance. Nice. So yeah, we have the product description like we asked for, and you can see that once we refresh, you can see that we still have the chats and the chat history all stored at their requisite places. This is great. We have our full project. So that's basically it. I really hope you learned a lot from this video actually, and if you think you have any questions, or you faced any challenges, or you have anything more to share, you can just leave them down in the comment section, and like the video too, so that the algorithm pushes it to more people. And yeah, let's keep going. All right, Thank you very much for getting to this point. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.